Labadiena.
Good morning, dear Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors of the foreign states, dear members of Seimas of Lithuania, ladies and gentlemen, who have gathered here in the town hall of Lithuania, as well as those who are web streaming our conference in Lithuania, as well as on the Facebook profile in English. Allow me to officially open the international conference, The Divisive Past, the USSR and German War, and the massive killings narratives in Eastern and Central Europe. This conference is dedicated to the late Professor Irena Veisaitė. The conference is jointly organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, the Institute of History, and the Faculty of History of Vilnius University, and the partners of the event, Lithuanian Radio and Television, as well as the municipality of Vilnius. In the opening session, I would like to invite the Speaker of Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Viktorija Čmilytė Nilsen. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, by way of marking the 80th anniversary related to 1941 and the new stage of the Second World War, which brought yet another wave of repercussions to the whole of Europe, especially the Eastern and Central Europe, we do understand that the topics remain relevant for today. Because when it comes to the public perception, they are not so quick and they are not related to specific dates in history. On the other hand, the historical symbols make it happen that certain anniversaries makes us think once again, rethink the past and to rethink what it means to the present. Unfortunately, there are some additional tensions related to such a rethinking process. On the other hand, it also gives us possibilities to have yet another possibility of reviewing the historical past. It is only natural that every single stage the society is building its own symbols, which is, again, determining how we see the past and the brutalities and the societies which have lived through the brutalities. These processes are taking place in a very complicated form, sometimes taking grotesque forms as well. We have to be very careful in seeing what is happening in this narrative discourse in order not to be finding ourselves in the situation when the sound minds and the reasonable arguments do not work as they should in a healthy society. To say the truth, passive observance is no longer sufficient. We have to be active. We have to reject all the faulty misconceptions when the very goal of such misconceptions is to incite disputes and challenges and to justify some sides and to condemn the other. This is indeed a futile effort which allows for some painful memories to be resurfacing once again. We have to look for the possible ways of commonalities. We have to see what the truth is, and we have to look for the common ground. And here the moral integrity and the very firm moral standpoint is very important. In particular, it was important back then, 80 years ago. The later philosopher Alvydas has said that the fundamental value of a human being is daring, is being bold enough. Because it is a moral and cultural value which allows to defend your humanity inside of you. And I think that it is a very bold and deep idea, and it is fear which destructs the key essence of a human being. It destroys the principle of freedom and makes us victims of external factors. Being bold or boldness helps to preserve humanity, even in the face of death, even and it allows you to remain a human. In 1942, when the Petras Baublys was approached by Jewish women who secretly escaped the ghetto, the Kaunas ghetto, the legendary and prominent figure of that time, he didn't hesitate a blink. It is told that he convened a number of his members of staff and made them know his decision, whether they would like to go ahead with him in this in the children's orphanage. So nobody stepped back, nobody betrayed him, and in this way a couple of dozen of Jewish children were saved. They have grown into adults, they made their families, they have grandchildren already, and they will be always indebted to this person who helped them and saved them. Petras Baublys after his death, as well as to his brother, were given the title of the righteous among the nations. And the family of Steponas Kairys and the president of the Republic of Lithuania, Kazys Grinis, and Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis' daughter, Danutė Čiurlionytė, together with her husband, was a famous descendant of the nobility, said he was saving Jews in order to save the dignity of the Lithuanian nation. Kazys Boruta Šeinius, Professor Pranas Mažylis, and he's the grandfather of the very same Professor Mažylis who discovered the original of the Independence Declaration. Daughter of Jonas Jablonskis, Ona Jablonskytė Landsbergienė, and her daughter-in-law Jablonskienė, and there are many more names that would be worth mentioning among the intelligentsia, as well as among the simple people from the countryside who were risking their own lives. And in the face of confusion and systemic oppression, they were very clear on what is good or what is evil. There is boldness or courage which does not divide among the past. This courage saved our future. Courage was necessary 80 years ago, and we have to be courageous today as well, whenever we are doing the research, whenever we are formulating the public opinion or are adopting the contemporary decisions of the day. And it should be done not only on the occasion of anniversaries. It should be a consistent effort with a goodwill. And thank you very much for your attention, and all the very best in this conference.
Thank you very
much, the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Allow me to invite the Vice Minister, Mantas Adomėnas, from the government, who is going to read through the welcoming address by Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė.
Your
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read through the welcoming speech by Ingrida Šimonytė, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, who is currently in Brussels. Dear participants of the Divisive past, I would like to start my welcoming speech from a quote after the war, when, just by a miracle, I was alive. One of the major stimulus to go forward was the willingness to tell the world what has happened. But nobody wanted to listen to what I had to tell, and therefore it was absolutely a futile effort to speak about what I had gone through. Together with Romas Švedas, the historian, Švedas, that was the quote by Professor Irena Veisaitė, in whose memory today's conference is being dedicated. Irena Veisaitė was a figure who has dedicated all her life for the building of a democratic society. In Lithuania, where dialogue would take over the wrong perception of the first or second-hand people, in Lithuania, when no monopoly could be taken, speaking about the historical past. Because any society, when there is no healthy public debate, which is not questioning its historical past, is a society which moves towards an autocratic system. She wanted to build Lithuania, who would be inquisitive and looking into the surrounding world with curious eyes and would not demand its whims. Instead, it should extend the helping hand to such societies and which are now fighting for the main democratic values. Professor Irena Veisaitė always mentioned that she was a descendant of Jewish, European, and Lithuanian origin. And these three dimensions complement each other. In particular, it is important today when some national and populistic movements are trying now to push forward a wrong perception of the past. In particular, it is very important when anti-Semitism currently is in the state which has lost the majority of its Jewish movement, somehow finds its new ways how to crop up into the public debate. The example of Irena Veisaitė shows that it is the responsibility of each one of us to confront such challenges of today in order to not to feel hatred to your opponent, but instead feel respect for the human rights and dignity. The quote of Professor Irena Veisaitė, which I gave in the beginning of my speech, makes us believe that people who have suffered from the totalitarian regimes and suppressions, they receive yet another, have been living through yet another blow, not being given a chance to tell what they have come through, which is indeed a traumatizing experience. And today it is very important to take a professional look at this painful past, which is going to become past when there is nothing which has been left to oblivion, when all the sides have been listened to and the voice has been taken on board, when historians will be able to do their job instead of being reprimanded for digging up or undigging uncomfortable truth. I believe that the maturity of society could be measured by the fact whether it is ready to accept uncomfortable truth, or whether such a society is willing to be building a certain collective mythology in which there is only Lithuanians who could be depicted as observers, victims, but not as collaborators or anything. History is not old television which only shows black and white colors. It is a multicolored event. We have to shake off the historical interpretational schemes of the old history, where a specific person was not a value as such. His or her value dependent on to whose ranks he or she belonged, be it the race or be it the political group. And the most important is to belong to the right side, and being a member of the ruling party could be just used as a justification for some wrong acts. Some of the figures are now trying to justify themselves when they are not willing to listen to the voice of a victim just because that victim belongs to the opponent. The maturity of the society depends on how well we are to take on board the various ideas. Immediately after regaining the independence, we were very quick to talk, and sometimes we were much too quick to speak before thinking over. Sometimes we were very much opposing any other narratives, being afraid that our voice is not going to be heard or that maybe challenge what we wanted to say. Today, we've been living for the 30 years as an independent state. So I believe that we are old enough to face the uncomfortable truth, and we shall not receive any other opposing ideas as enemy. And today's conference is holding place in Vilnius, in which the Lithuanian, Jewish, Belarusian narratives are going to be heard. Listening to them doesn't mean that we have to agree 100%. We have to look not what divides us, but on the contrary, what unites us. And most meaningfully, it would be to look into the values on the basis of which our historical narrative is based. What were the errors made, and what lessons shall we draw from these errors? What stories should be used as an inspiring stories? Answering to all these questions may help us to find one common ground. Whenever we are telling history, there is always a tension between the so-called glorified narratives and personal experience. The maturity of the society can be seen from the fact whether we are trying to suppress the opponents, or are we bold enough in leaving the possibilities or opening the floor for also the opposing views. Matilda Olkinaitė, the talented poet, when she was waiting for 80th anniversary in May 1942, wrote the following words: "I see you, a suffering person." Roughly a year after, she was killed together with her family members, and the words said by her remain as a guiding star. Any hybrid aggression is targeting history. Disinformation by Kremlin is trying to instigate polarization among the societies in order to disrupt the trust of the peoples in each other, in order to discredit certain societies in the eyes of other countries. And this disinformation is usually targeting the questions which are being omitted, or on the contrary, which are being escalated by building myths instead of uncovering the truth. Very high-quality historical research in trying to ungap or to bridge the gap between the divisive past will help us to find social solidarity and resilience of the state and the security of the society, which sometimes takes much more than military techniques. And the year of 1941 and its devastating nature shows that when somebody was anticipating the Nazi coming, they were expecting that the conflict was about to give the possibilities of Lithuania to rebuild what was lost in 1940. The current world, which is indeed very much in a hurry, if we want to stay in the same place, we have to be really hasty. We shall not be hasteful whenever we're analyzing our narratives. Now that we know how the world ended, we have to perceive that a person back then was seeing two prospects of two totalitarian regimes. Today, the history becomes a stage of labeling one or other person or one or other narrative. I would like to wish that this conference is going to put very interesting and important touching points on our possibilities of looking and reading into the narratives, into listening to various narratives. And allow me to finish off my welcoming word by Irena Veisaitė, who said, "I can't imagine how could people be persuaded that to kill even the kids. Up until then, everybody was living peacefully. I remember my grandfather living in Bapti was well loved and respected by his neighbors. I never heard a single bad word from Lithuanians. Why he had to be killed? It is unfathomable." And unfortunately, such mass killings of the Jews spread massively in Europe. A nation by itself cannot be blamed for that, because it takes good or evil. It takes all kinds of people to make the world, and therefore I'm very much alarmed by the contemporary world. And the words by the professor shows that even in the face of historical crossroads, we are unable to answer the questions which shake our understanding of what it is to be a human. Hopefully, we will be able to put a full stop sometime in the future. But it doesn't lift the responsibility for those who have perpetrated the crimes unfathomable in the modern days world. To be alarmed by the contemporary world means to be responsible for what is happening, so that the words are not going to be some sort of a ritual, but instead they have to be a personal commitment to start from yourself. And respectfully, yours, Ingrida Šimonytė.
Ačiū ministrei pirmininkiai.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And now we would like to say that we're very much grateful to the municipality of Vilnius for suggesting to host the conference in the Town Hall of Vilnius.
Labai noriu pasidžiaugti, kad vyksta toks forumas čia pas mus Vilniuje.
We're very happy to see the conference taking place in the Town Hall.
Antrasis pasaulinis karas ir 20 amžiaus vidurys į mėsmalę įstumė visą Europą, bet mes Lietuva buvome malami bene skaudžiausi, buvome vieni iš tų skaudžiausių malamų. Ir tai vis dar reiškia randus šiandien.
Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the sound.
Aš labai noriu palinkėti, kad racionali, protinga, informuota diskusija atvestų prie to, kad mes labiau atrastume, kuo verta be jokių išlygų didžiuotis, labiau atrastume, ką
Well, we have to try to find what to be grateful for or what to be proud of, and it is quite a realistic goal. And we do expect that you will hear many narratives which will help us to build a more comprehensive view of what has been so far. And so thank you very much for meeting up on such a very important occasion.
Ačiū Vilniaus merui.
Thank you very much, the mayor.
Renginio organizatoriai nuolat jautė geranorišką dėmesį ir pagalbą iš keleto užsienio šalių ambasadorių pusės. Ir todėl leiskite man dabar į sceną sveikinimo žodį pakviesti tarti JAF ambasadorių Lietuvoje Robert Gilchrist. I'm honored to invite His Excellency, Ambassador of the United States to Lithuania, Robert Gilchrist.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, ambassadors, Dr. Nikžentaitis, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the honor of joining you today as we mark this somber occasion, the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the Holocaust in Lithuania. As we seek open dialogue about the past, it is fitting that this event is dedicated to the memory of Irene Veisaitė, her life story as a Holocaust survivor, her work as a human rights activist, and her relentless advocacy for truth and forgiveness are a lesson for all. Irene's passing last year reminds us of how little time we have left with those who survived the Holocaust, the eyewitnesses whose testimonies have left no doubt that this happened. The magnitude of human suffering during the Holocaust is almost unimaginable, but the eyewitness testimonies affirm the devastation brought by intolerance. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day this year, President Biden reminded us that the Holocaust was no accident of history. It happened because governments implemented hate-fueled laws and practices that vilified and dehumanized groups of people, and too many individuals stood by silently. Silence is complicity. 80 years after the start of this tragedy of unspeakable proportions, in Lithuania, we cannot remain silent in the face of efforts to distort history. We may not be the eyewitnesses, but we can speak their truth. To diminishing the suffering of Lithuania's Jewish population or memorialize Lithuanians who collaborated with Nazis threatens the bedrock values of our transatlantic alliance, the values that define who we are. Let me be clear. The dark side of history is not Lithuania's burden alone. it is also, no country's history is without difficult moments. In the past 10 days in the United States, we have commemorated the 1-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd and the 100-year anniversary of the Tulsa race massacre. And in our present, we too see rising anti-Jewish vandalism, harassment, and assault. President Biden has condemned a sudden surge in anti-Semitic attacks. We must acknowledge history. By not acknowledging it, by not addressing it head-on, honestly and frankly, we allow those who wish ill to Lithuania and other allies to write the narrative. We allow them to use historical memory as a wedge issue that tears at social cohesion, undermines democracy, and justifies their own disregard for fundamental freedoms. We must acknowledge history. We must confront rising levels of anti-Semitism around the globe. We owe it to the eyewitnesses to speak their truth. In addressing the Bundestag more than 2 decades ago, acclaimed historian Yehuda Bauer issued a call to conscience. Thou shalt not be a perpetrator, thou shalt not be a victim, and thou shalt never, but never, be a bystander. Recognizing the divisiveness of the past is among the first steps in living up to this shared obligation. This conference is an important step, but it can't stop here. The discussions, the presentations, what we learn here must influence public discussion about the history of the Holocaust in Lithuania. We owe it to the eyewitnesses like Irena Veisaitė. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
Ačiū, ponia ambasadoriau, thank you, Your Excellency. O dabar norėčiau į sceną pakviesti Vokietijos ambasadorių Lietuvoje, Matijos Son. And now I would like to invite His Excellency, Ambassador of Germany to Lithuania, Matijos Peterson, to deliver his welcome speech.
Madam Speaker, Madam Prime Minister, even if today in a slightly different incarnation, dear fellow guests and participants of this particularly momentous occasion. Deep is the well of the past, sighs Thomas Mann, the first words of his magnum opus, Joseph and His Brothers. He goes on to tell us a biblical story, Exodus, a tale of the people of Israel in foreign captivity. Mann was writing this story 80 years ago, overlooking the Pacific Ocean from his own rather comfortable exile in California. Did he sometimes think back to his family's beautiful lost holiday home in Lithuania on the Curonian Lagoon? I find it hard to imagine otherwise. This political refugee from the Nazi regime would not have chosen his subject, this subject, coincidentally. Of course, he was thinking of what was going on in Europe. By June 1941, Nazi Germany had already overrun much of the continent, like a biblical plague. And the magician, as Thomas Mann was often labeled in his lifetime, knew better than most what this would mean for European Jewry. By 1942, when Joseph and His Brothers was published, the Shoah was already burning through human beings, communities, and countries at full force. 80 years ago this month, in June 1941, the Nazi German plague overwhelmed Lithuania as well. That is why the German ambassador needs to speak here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I am here to encourage Lithuania, for courage and persistence are indeed what will be needed as Lithuania sets out to look straight into the mirror of those years of genocidal horror, 1941 to 44. Believe me, we Germans know how hard it is to hold the distant mirror steady. We also know that it is existentially necessary. It took us Germans 40 years after World War II ended to establish a clear and straightforward understanding for ourselves that historical responsibility is always collective and always timeless. This distinguishes it from guilt, which implies an element of personal involvement. Our nation's very continuity, being collective and impersonal by nature, makes historical responsibility abide, then, now, and in perpetuity. It follows inescapably that wherever the mass murder of the European Jews was committed, and regardless of any degree of local complicity the Nazi occupiers may have found, these unspeakable acts of barbarity remain the crimes of Nazi Germany. Genocide was a core intent of this war of aggression, driven by racist ideological delusion. That is my first message here today, main message. Nothing this conference may discuss could either add to or detract from the abiding German historical responsibility for the Shoah. What then does that mean for Lithuania's historical image of itself? Is the German experience at all relevant here? After all, there is a clear contrast. Germany had allowed the Nazis into power to take over its institutions and destroy its democracy, and then almost all of Europe's. Lithuania, on the contrary, had not chosen to become part of the Bloodlands, as historian Timothy Snyder has named them. Far from it. That is actually another part of Germany's responsibility. It was Nazi Germany that had delivered Lithuania under Soviet occupation with the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939. I think the Lithuanian version of my words say the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Your old and proud nation's ability to act as a sovereign state with corresponding responsibilities at state level became suspended already in 1939. Lithuania, of course, still existed as a nation, but it could no longer act to protect all its citizens' lives and rights, a situation that became only more exacerbated by the Nazi German occupation less than a year later. To acknowledge this expressly is my second main message here today. This is another part of my country's abiding historical responsibility. You are all engaged in the task of dealing with this terrible history. That requires courage, and I have no doubt that Lithuania will continue to be demonstrating such courage. She already did so in March last year, 2020, when the Foreign Ministry held an excellent conference on dealing with the trauma of an undigested past, examining how collective trauma can influence memories and narratives of past horrors. You today are continuing that process. Now you are exploring how there can be such diverging narratives amongst historians about a period which is, after all, exceptionally well researched and documented already. I should not be surprised if at the end you may have to conclude that historians are subject to trauma just like everyone else. And just like non-historians, not all of them have the intellectual honesty and moral strength to face the horrors of 1941 to 44. It would mean that history with a capital H is no more objective or scientific in Lithuania than it is anywhere else. Because it can't be. But it must be based on facts, and it should be intellectually honest, like anywhere else. That is achievable. If I am not entirely wrong, then Lithuania in June 1941 was not the master of her own destiny. She was not a protagonist, but was instead the object of overwhelming external forces. But what does that mean for today's Lithuania, for your reflection of yourself, for modern, democratic Lithuania, independent, free, European and transatlantic Lithuania? If Lithuania in June 1941 couldn't act as a sovereign entity, polity, then does historic responsibility become nothing more than a collection of individual responsibilities? Each Lithuanian of those days responsible for the way they behaved as individuals to their Jewish Lithuanian neighbors, their fellow citizens, their compatriots? Is it all a matter of individual interpretation of the indisputably awful facts? Or is there something like a historic national continuity, even where the nation's polity, its state power, is temporarily impotent or even entirely suppressed? Can a country that wishes to be understood as such cherry-pick its history, or does it need to take responsibility for the whole, the past, the present, and the future? I do not wish to say, incidentally, that historical responsibility requires a uniform, official narrative. Like the Soviet historical doctrine that you freed yourselves from only 30 years ago. But historical responsibility does need honesty and care, a long, searching look into the mirror. These questions, along with many others, are a heavy burden which no one can take off Lithuanians' own shoulders. But to the extent any outsider can, Germany needs and wants to be your good companion in this venture. After all, it was Nazi Germany that exposed Lithuania to all of this. And so I wish this conference every success. I started with a piece of world literature. May I perhaps conclude with another? The English poet John Donne wrote in the 17th century, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee." I know no better expression of the togetherness we need as people and as countries, confronting our past just as we stand together in our future. Thank you.
Ačiū, ponia ambasadoriau, thank you, Your Excellency. O dabar norėčiau į sceną pakviesti
Now I would like to invite to the
tarti
stage
sveikinimo žodį
for the
Izraelio
welcoming
ambasadoriui
words
Lietuvoje,
the ambassador
Yossi
of
Levi.
Israel
I invite
to
His
Lithuania,
Excellency,
Yossi Levi.
Ambassador of Israel to Lithuania, Yossi Levi, please.
Your Excellency, Speaker of the Parliament, it's a pleasure. Madam Prime Minister, Professor Landsbergis, Excellency, members of the Parliament, I see a few here, my dear friends, fellow ambassadors, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Adomenas, thank you so much. The Mayor, honorable guests, Shalom. Allow me first to thank you for having such a high-level and sincere conference. I know how, dear Faina, hello. I know how sensitive the topic might be for many Lithuanians. People told me, it is a minefield, beware. Let me say that speaking about the past is not speaking against Lithuania. It does not make your national story weaker. On the contrary, Lithuania is an amazing young state, open-minded and human, a true friend of Israel. By shedding light on dark times of history, I believe a nation becomes stronger and mature. It is a sign of morality and dignity to organize such a conference, and I do feel grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it. My country, Israel, did not exist in June 1941. If it had existed, things would be so different for so many European Jews, including Lithuanian Jews, who were caught in the teeth of a cruel war in the darkest era of our time. From every 10 Jews who fell in the hands of the German Nazi army and its collaborators, 9 were murdered. For Lithuanian Jews, June did not mark a beginning of hope, but a total fear and death, an end. I'm not an historian. I'm a Jew, an Israeli diplomat who feels totally committed to deepen and to enhance our relations. Relations, like a tree, grow upwards, but they have roots. We cannot pave a road into a future keeping silent about the pain and the cruelty, but also about the mercy and the rare human dignity of the past, painful as it is. 600 years of Jewish life and Lithuanian Jewish cohabitation came to a brutal end in June 1941. A new count of time started. It affects our souls till today. The first Jews who were killed the first Jews were killed just a few hours after the German Nazi invasion. Between June 24th until the end of November 41, at least 120,000 Jews were murdered near their homes, on the roads, in the forest, in the field. All Jews were sentenced to death. Children, women, grandmothers. Those who hadn't been slaughtered immediately were closed in ghettos from which they will be taken to murder until the last moment in July 44. In June 1941, Kaunas became a hell of persecution and torture. 37,000 Jews lived in Kaunas until that June, about a quarter of the city population. The atrocities committed against them by the Nazis, but also by Lithuanian nationalists, immediately after the German invasion were beyond imagination. It was not only killing, it was a cruel sadism motivated by hatred, which I, a human being, cannot understand. With your permission, I will read a few sentences from a book written by Ilya Ehrenburg, a Russian Jewish writer, about one night only, the night between the 25th to 26th of June in Slobodka, Viliampole, Kaunas. With guns and axes, the militants slaughtered close to 1,000 Jews. The dentist Yatkunsky was found murdered, her two breasts cut off. The head of her husband was kicked to one side of the room and the body to the other side. The bodies of the two children were slain to pieces. The director of the yeshiva, the Jewish school of Slobodka, Rabbi Zalman Osovsky, was found in front of the Torah book. His head was cut and put on the Torah. A house with 2 floors was set on fire, with all its inhabitants burned alive. Those who tried to escape, jumping out the windows, were shot dead. This is a part of the text, I'm sorry for that, before he goes on to describe the massacre of the Litukio garage, where Jews were murdered by water pipes stuck to their throat. According to some testimonies, women brought their children to watch this show. Yes, there were many good people, neighbors, ordinary Lithuanians, sometimes strangers, save the Jewish woman, man, or child. The child, Irena Visaite, was one of them. They were risking their own lives. Also, the lives of their families were in danger. We do not forget that. Until today, we honor those good Lithuanians with our gratitude, and we should continue to honor. Approximately 1,000 Lithuanians risked their lives in order to save Jews. That's a high number for a relatively small nation. Nevertheless, the enthusiastic collaboration with the Nazis was unfortunately very widespread. Few survivors remember the names of those who volunteered to kill. In the town of Kėdainiai, one example of tens of others, more than 2,700 Jews were shot in one long pit in one day only, August the 28th. In a few hours, the whole Jewish Keidan was gone. Old women and sick were brought to the grave by wagons and buried alive. Babies were smashed against trees. Only 2 young men, some say 3, hiding under the clothes of the victims, survived. In their testimonies, they speak about 200 distinguished Lithuanians from Kėdainiai assisting the Nazis in the slaughter. The police commander, the judge of the town and his secretary, the director of the Lithuanian gymnasium with all the teachers without exception, the chief doctor of Kėdainiai Hospital, the pharmacist, the mayor, and many others. Professor Thomas Venclova wrote in his famous essay from 1975, "One day my daughter will ask me, what happened between our 2 people in the Second World War? Jews were murdered in Kaunas. Kaunas is my city. For generations, we, Lithuanians, were full of pride of our dignity, our persistence, and our good heart. What happened in those days?" This question is very relevant till today. Needless to say, the wish for liberty and freedom from occupation in June 1941 was legitimate. It was natural. Pogroms against innocent and helpless Jewish population were not. They were a horrible crime. When speaking about June 1941, we have to tell the whole story. As Prime Minister said, not in a TV of black and white. A chapter was opened and in many aspects was never closed. We owe it to ourselves, to those who lost their lives, and for generations to come. I, as a friend of Lithuania, truly believe that Lithuania is strong enough to ask questions and to answer them. An open-hearted discussion about what happened will not endanger our relations, but may only deepen our new-old friendship. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ačiū ponui ambasadoriui.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I would like to invite to the floor member of the Jewish community, the International Commission for the Nazi and the Soviet Commission, the chairman, and the member of the Seimas, Emanuelis Zingeris.
Didžiai gerbiami ministro pirmininko atstovai, bet pirmiausiai gerbiamas Seimo
pirmininkė,
Lietuvos mūsų atkurtos Lietuvos valstybės vadovės, didžiai gerbiami ambasadoriai,
honorable ambassadors,
ponia Nikžentaitis,
Mr. Nikžentaitis,
norėtume jums padėkoti už
we would
jūsų
like to thank you
kruopštų darbą
for your
įtvirtinant
work
sąjungininkiškas
in
vertybės.
speaking for the allied values and for the values in Lithuania. I would like to thank Mantas for all your work before you became the vice minister in expressing your voice in the public. Now I would like to speak about very simple things. I would like to remember the way, our historical path that we have heard so much from Faina Kukliansky and about our common future. Dear Speaker of the Seimas, year after year, by being the Speaker of the Seimas, you are standing and speaking in favor of the fundamental human values. And in a very difficult time of voting, we sometimes win the battle, sometimes we lose the battle. We are fighting this battle in the Committee on Foreign Affairs, in which we voted in favor of liberal and democratic values. Thank you very much, Žygis, for that. And we voted in favor of the right of Israel to defend. That happened roughly a week ago. I would like to thank the historians who for many decades have been working diligently and are building the foundations that the society shall not be ignoring until now. Sužiedėlis, Nikžentaitis and Arūnas Bubnis. I know that Arūnas is soon to publish a book, Holocaust in the Province of Lithuania. And this is a book sponsored by the Commission. And we do expect that the works of these historians are going to be the publications for the whole of the society, of the civic society of Lithuania. Is going to be the key basis, so that the society looks into the materials discovered and carefully researched by the Commission about the Soviet occupation. And there are many conclusions that have already been certified and validated on an international stage as well. People of Jewish origin in the United States, for instance, Jonathan Brandon, who is a long-term standing member of our commission, he requested to be involved in the unit on the Soviet crimes. And he is the author of many volumes on the crimes committed by the Stalin's regime. Among us historians, there are no nations. We historians deal with historical research. Then we sit all together, and then we meet such people as Timothy Snyder from the US. Now we are trying to uncover the truth. Do we have to stay deaf to what each of us are saying, or should we instead start hearing what the other has to say, what all the bright minds have to say? Do we really have to send 6 applications to Ukmergės municipality to dismantle the monument to Krištaponis, who, by the way, was the member of the killer squad, Jewish killer squad, and instead of Krištaponis, and I remember Gabrielius Landsbergis also sent a letter and received quite a strange reply from the mayor of Ukmergės city. I believe that we shall do away with this monument, and it would be a primary step. We're talking about the killers. We're not talking about the collaborators. So at least in this area, Lithuania should have a very clear standpoint here. Thank you very much, the leaders of Lithuania, for showing and for being very firm on that. Irena Veisaitė is a big name for us. Irena Veisaitė stands for open society. In Lithuania, we have 2 concepts, an open society and democratic society concept, which is different from this authoritarian figure in Belarus or elsewhere. And we do understand what our commitments are to the state of Israel, to give the possibility for Israel to defend itself and do it without paranoia is our primary goal. And it is our everyday battle in the Seimas, in our current battlefield. Emilius Maimonas, my dear friend, brought a lot of people to Vanagutė Ramanskaitė, and that was not a very easy step to do for a representative from Israel. And this monument is in Chicago. I believe that monuments for Lithuanian partisans should be in Washington, not in Chicago. But provided that we get rid of certain dubious names, we have to be courageous enough, after 30 years of mature democracy, to clean the ranks that are known to Arūnas Bubnys and who's been writing about them for so many years. We have to delete these names from the list of the heroes of Lithuania. Joe Biden called for our movement towards the democracy. It's not America first, it's not Lithuania first, it's not France or Germany first, but democracy first and society first are the things that unite us. And Sumner Welles was also speaking about this. On the 23rd of July 1941, when the Baltic states established their independent states, the US people were looking very favorably towards such independent states. And America will never acknowledge the occupation of the Baltic states. And the Act of the 1918, the Constituent Seimas of Lithuania, and in expressing the will of the people in order to proclaim the state of Lithuania as a democracy. The year of 20, and 8 Jewish MPs voting in favor. And by the way, almost all of them perished in Holocaust. The quality of democracy and the quality of solidarity is a big thing. Your Excellency, Ambassador of the US, historians are the ones who are building it. Nowadays, we're being threatened that any comparison between Stalin and Hitler would bring about 5 years of imprisonment in the Soviet regime. Holocaust, Shoah, is unique in that 94% of all the people who've been building the state of Lithuania, suddenly their lives were cut off prematurely. And if indeed we have in our legislature that the insignia of Nazi and Soviet insignia is punishable by law, we shall also include an amendment that also for glorifying the names of the people who were involved in this process should also be punishable. Is it not even worse than showing the insignia? And therefore today, whenever we are looking at the actions by Minsk, Moscow or Beijing's regime, and they are sending various dubious notes to the Seimas, to judges who are deliberating the cases, we are indeed on the right side of the alliance, and this alliance is the alliance of democracy. In a couple of hours' time, we're going to go to Pabrade together with US ambassador, where we are going to see the US soldiers who are ready to put their lives for the democratic state of Lithuania, for the state of Lithuania, which is not going to allow glorifying people who were instigating hatred and were part of massacre. And for such a state where the values of Jefferson are understood in the same way, for the values for which Irena Veisaitė was standing for all her life, and for the values for which we are ready to die. Thank you very much.
Ačiū gerbiamam Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo nariui Emanueliui Zingeriui.
Thank you very much, the MP of the Seimas, Emanuelis Zingeris. And now the final speaker in the opening session is Alvydas Nikžentaitis, Director of the Institute of History of Lithuania. Dear Speaker of the Seimas, Professor Landsbergis, you were the ones to open up this very uncomfortable topic, and I'm very happy to see you among us today, distinguished ambassadors. Allow me to say a few welcoming words about the general concepts of this conference. The name of the conference, Divisive, Past, was chosen not because the Lithuanian historians, together with our foreign colleagues, were attempting to somehow to distance themselves from the involvement of Lithuanians in the Holocaust. And I'm very proud for the community of historians of Lithuania and the international community. This topic has been very well researched. And for the first time we spoke about it in the conference in 1996, the conference dedicated to Holocaust in Lithuania. And the organizers of that conference next to me were my late friend Irena Veisaitė, Jonathan Steinberg from Cambridge University, And that was our central topic. Historians are well aware of the importance of these events, and they are continuing with their research. And believe me, in the nearest future, there is going to be another bomb exploding in Lithuania after Arūnas releases his book on the Holocaust in the province of Lithuania. And it will require quite enough for each of us to read through this book. I believe that we are ready to accept the uncomfortable truth. Since the outbreak of the Soviet War, 80 years have passed. There are some topics, though, which this war has left unanswered and which are still relevant today. We're talking about a crossroads of two narratives. In one of them, there is a resistance in this region, which were organized by titular nations. On the other hand, we have the Holocaust, because it is no surprise to no one that some members of the resistance movements were involved in perpetrating Holocaust. And therefore, the topic of the conference is indeed a truly historical. We have to see how these narratives are born. And these narratives, the first of them were born back in 1941. Later, they were transformed into the memoirs of the contemporaries of those days. And uncovering these narratives, or we shall not leave yet another question marginalized. And what shall we do with these two confronting or competing, completely opposing narratives? And by the way, Lithuania is not unique in this. How shall we behave? How shall we tackle with these conflicting narratives? That was the problem. That was quite an uproar last year when the Polish discovered the fact of involvement in the Holocaust. And my colleague and my dear friend Pavel Maksiewicz was trying to answer this question. And what the Poles have to remember of Westerplatte? Is it a heroic resistance to Nazi onslaught? Or he answered, the Poles should be equally careful about Westerplatte and Jedwabne as well, the massacre of Jews. And the thoughts of my dear friend is further extended by my other friend, who was encouraging to discover in the transatlantic memory, in addition to the memory of Gulag or crimes committed by the Soviets, my friend was encouraging not to trivialize these memories. In practice, it means a few very simple things. First of all, we have to call for clean hands from our national heroes and their clean conscience. Such heroes shall not have the blood of innocent people, and this is one key component. Yet another important feature is to allow and to acknowledge those nations who have been occupied, to be given them the right to resistance and as quite a respectful narrative. Maybe there are other ways how to do it, and this is what this conference is going to be about. This conference is dedicated to people who are open-minded, who are capable of listening to the other side and to discuss on uncomfortable ideas. And I would like to thank my colleagues from Vilnius University and Nerijus Šepetys in particular, who helped me to build the concept of this conference. I would like to thank my friends from the US, Saulius Sužiedėlis, Joachim Tauber. I would like to thank US and Germany, French embassies for a very goodwill discussions, during which we first of all tried to find the understanding why things happened as they happened. And an example of this dialogue could also be an example for our society to follow. And I'm very happy that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs are coming from the academic world. Believe me, to live with people from academic community who are high-ranking officials is indeed quite a pleasure. And now I would like to wish everybody a very heated debate in the understanding that our goals and our values are all the same.
Gerbiamas Lietuvos istorijos instituto direktorius uždarė įžanginę sesiją.
So the director of the Lithuanian Institute of History closed our introductory session. So we are moving now to the another section. We are planning the duration for the section 1 hour, and there will be 2 presentations. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Joachim Tauber, who will be speaking about the place of June the 22nd, 1941 in the world history and the mass killing in history, in the eyes of history. Unfortunately, because of the COVID restrictions, the professor was not able to arrive to Lithuania, but other participants of the conferences are here present due to our Zoom platform. I would like to say a few words about Professor Joachim Tauber. I'm absolutely sure that you are well familiar with him, but I would like to mention several facts. Mr. Joachim Tauber is a German historian who is focusing on the history of Lithuania in the 20th century, also the German occupation policy in the Eastern Europe during the First and the Second World Wars, also the Holocaust in the Baltic countries. Mr. Joachim Tauber is a member of International Commission for Investigation of Nazi crimes in Lithuania.
Labai ačiū. Gerbiami Seimo pirmininkai, gerbiamos ekscelencijos ambasadoriai iš Amerikos, iš Izraelijos ir iš Anutyvinės Vokietijos. Gerbiami profesoriau Landsbergi, Midas Emanueli, Midas Alvydi, gerbiami ponos ir poniai. Prieš pradedant savo pranešimą anglų kalbą, paleiskite man po porą žodžių kalbėti lietuviškai. Aš norėčiau trumpai kalbėti apie Ireną Vėsaitę. Irena ir aš mes susitikom kada nors 90 metais vakarienės metu ir aš sėdėjau kaiminas šalia jos. Ir jis man sakė, pone Taubere, aš jau visą dieną laukiu mūsų susitikimų, tam kad aš galiu vėl kalbėti tokie gražu ir puikiai vokiečių kalbą.
So that I could speak German, and she was speaking nice German, and I was thinking, what a lady. Her family was killed by Germans during the Holocaust times.
Ja aš nikada neužmirsau mūsų pirmų susitikimų. Dėl to ačiū Irena už komandą.
Thank you to Irena for this, for that company and that message.
I'm very grateful to the German ambassador Son for his to keep the record clear about the German responsibility for everything that happened after June 1941. My paper is partly detailing this and showing you how the German plans were. So this is a basic paper to open the floor to our discussions about the divisive past and so on. But it's very important first to have the German terrible input in responsibility. And I would like to show you now 2 points about this. First, let me say that codename Operation Barbarossa, the attack on the Soviet Union, was a war that was to become the biggest, bloodiest, and most inhumane confrontation of the 20th century. Today, I would like to concentrate on 2 aspects of this date. The first is the significance of June 22nd for the history of World War II, and the second, the consequences this day had with respect to the German policy of murder and Holocaust. Next slide, please. Thank you. Let us begin with the quest for the motives behind the German invasion in summer of 1940. The Third Reich was at the zenith of its power. Within 6 weeks, France, one of the victors of World War I, had suffered a devastating defeat in May and June 1940. Furthermore, the Soviet Union was in effect an ally of the National Socialists, having participated directly in the defeat of Poland and, in the summer of 1940, in the wake of the secret protocol of the German-Soviet non-aggression treaty of 1939, occupied the Baltic states. 2 closely connected factors played a crucial role in Hitler's strategy. The first was Britain's refusal, despite the defeat of France, to make peace with Germany. The second was the increasingly evident cooperation between Great Britain and the United States under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. One of the key results of research on the Second World War has been to clarify the significance of the United States in influencing Hitler's decisions following the victory in the West. The dictator had to accept the possibility that, sooner or later, the United States would become involved in the European war. He was relatively well informed by the German embassy in Washington and clearly aware that from 1942 at the earliest, American armament policy would mean a substantial swing in Britain's favor, and that he would be forced to reckon with the direct deployment of American troops. After Operation Sea Lion, the projected invasion of England failed in its early stages because of the inability of the Luftwaffe to gain supremacy over the Royal Air Force, and thus Hitler was forced to concede that he had no military means of forcing Britain out of the war. At the same time, in view of the foreseeable intervention of the United States, this would mean a protected confrontation in which Germany was both economically and war tactically hopelessly inferior to the naval power of the Anglo-American alliance. This strategic dilemma was that the campaign in the West had not given Nazi Germany the space Hitler had hoped for, but on the contrary, threatened to draw him into a war of attrition that Germany would be unable to win. Turning to the East thus gained central importance for the overall conduct of the war. In the short space of time left to the Third Reich before the Anglo-American powers intervened, it seemed feasible, by seizing Soviet territory, to gain a hold on land which would help successfully survive the looming war of attrition. Historical research shows that Hitler's living space, German Lebensraum, concept also contained a critical economic component. In conquering the Soviet Union, the German armaments industry would achieve autarky. To this extent, his numerous statements that economic constraints had forced him into the campaign in the East are clearly based on his reflections. Furthermore, He had already propagated the conquest of living space in the East in Mein Kampf, in which anti-Semitism, quote, in Russian Bolshevism, we must behold the attempt of the Jews to achieve world domination, quote, end. Anti-Semitism merged with geopolitical power considerations, quote, if we speak in Europe today of new land and soul, we can primarily have in mind only Russia and her vassal border states. Next slide, please. Thank you. Were there any further motives? At this point, it would be too far-reaching to explore the frequently padded alleged aggressive intention of the Red Army in depth, which are based on Hitler's call to the soldiers on the Eastern Front, which he made on June 22nd, 1941. All research shows that Operation Barbarossa was not of a defensive nature. It was not a preventive war, but a war of aggression aimed at total destruction of the opponent. Neither do a number of frequently given interpretations accurately depict Hitler's primary intentions. These include the obvious German-Soviet conflicts of interest in Finland and Southeast Europe. But these did not invoke fears of aggression by the Soviet Union in any way. Moreover, these tensions were already solved in Germany's favors in the spring of 1941. It is also more than unlikely that the attack was necessary in order to rid England of her continental dagger, as Hitler maintained to his generals. In addition to the strategic irrationality of such reasoning, one should also note statements Hitler made to the contrary in his inner circle. Goebbels noted in his diary on November 1, 1940, quote, midday with the Führer, the goal is clear. They, the English, must leave continental Europe. They will not find any continental dagger here now. Russia? Stalin is much too crafty for that. And our Wehrmacht is too strong. Furthermore, the military strategy of Operation Barbarossa as a blitzkrieg clearly indicates that Hitler was reckoning with a long war of attrition against the Anglo-Saxon countries. Based on this premise, the situation in late 1940 could only serve to further convince him that his planned objective of seizing living space in the East was also the only strategic solution to his problems. In summary, it can be said that the Führer never lost sight of his war of conquest against Jewish Bolshevism and his goal of thus obtaining living space in the East. Not whether, but when was the choice at his disposal. As he believed himself to be both subjectively and objectively under pressures of time, there was only a short time frame for the campaign against the East. Everything pointed to 1941. England was not yet in a position to conduct major military action, while the United States had not yet entered the war. Jürgen Förster correctly argues, quote, that a war against the Soviet Union was not planned because of, but despite the continuing battle against Great Britain. From Hitler's perspective, then, there was a limited time slot in which to achieve his racist ideological objective and at the same time to create an excellent starting point from which to pursue the battle against the Anglo-American alliance. This was the ultimate answer to the question of when, but with one very significant consequence. If Germany did not succeed in crushing the Soviet Union in 1941, Hitler's entire war plan would fail. In other words, with his decision to pursue Barbarossa, Hitler placed all his eggs in one basket. I have, in effect, thus already answered my first question. Hitler's war plan was now totally dependent on the ability to impose a devastating military defeat on the Soviet Union and thus to gain access to the country's economic resources. Should this not succeed, Germany would not only inevitably find itself in a two-front war in the East and the West, a disastrous position for a Central European power, but it would also lose serious grounds to the military and human resources of the Anglo-American naval powers and the Soviet Union. The longer the war lasted, the greater the impact these factors would undoubtedly have. In other words, time was running against Germany. June 22, 1941, thus represents the beginning of German defeat and a turning point in the war. With the irrevocable defeat of the Wehrmacht in the Battle of Moscow 1941 and the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, as well as the German declaration of war on the United States on December 11, 1941, which turned the European war into a world war, this became obvious to any observer. More than any other date, it was June 22nd and its consequences which determined the course of this global conflict. However, the attack on the Soviet Union is not only significant from a military history point of view, it is at least essential for the murderous ideological racist goals of National Socialism, which I will now consider. These convictions and prejudices were already evident in the military plans and in retrospect were not immaterial in the failure of Operation Barbarossa. Because of their racist and anti-Bolshevist stereotypes and their own fantasy of superiority, the German generals underestimated the strength of the Red Army and the resilience of the regime. The possibility that the Red Army would attack while the German army prepared for Barbarossa was dismissed as, quote, madness. It was assumed that as soon as the Wehrmacht attacked, the Soviet Union would be paralyzed, and the generals were convinced that after the first hard hits, the best resistance the Red Army would be able to provide would be delaying tactics. This is the only explanation for why the German general staff went into battle more or less without any reserve troops, even as they were aware of the geographical singularities of the region in which they would be operating. The battleground opened up like a funnel, necessitating massive reinforcements if potential persistent resistance of the Red Army was to be broken. The Wehrmacht, however, did not have such strategic reserves, and the situation revealed a fatal flaw of the ideological motivation behind the planning of Operation Barbarossa. Next slide, please. And one slide more, please. Thank you. Although the military plan was flawed and inadequate, the ideological concept of the campaign was not. That this war was more for Hitler than a purely strategic measure was made clear to his generals on March 13th, 1941, if not earlier. On this day, he ordered 250 high-ranking Wehrmacht officers to the Reich Chancellery and explained how he viewed Barbarossa. Colonel General Franz Heiler, the commander-in-chief of the army, noted down Hitler's line of thought in his diary. Quote, struggle between two ideologies, crushing verdict on Bolshevism, equates to asocial criminality. Communism, an enormous threat to the future. We must take leave of the standpoint of soldierly comradeship. The communist is not a comrade beforehand, nor is he afterwards. This is a battle of annihilation. Annihilation of the Bolsheviks, commissars, and communist intelligentsia. The battle must be fought against the poison of disintegration. This is not an issue for the military courts. The troops must defend themselves using the methods with which they are attacked. In the East, harshness is clemency for the future. Quote end. The Wehrmacht did as it was told. Despite some apologetic claims after 1945, there appear to have been very few doubts, and these were based more on a concern for loss of discipline than on basic moral and ethical principles. The top military leadership translated Hitler's call for murder into the required military commands. And this all, ladies and gentlemen, before the German attack. Next slide, please. Thanks. The guidelines for the treatment of political commissars state, quote, in the fight against Bolshevism, it is not to be expected that the enemy will behave in accordance with the principles of public international law. In particular, a cruel, hateful, and inhumane treatment of our prisoners is to be expected of the commissars of all kinds. In this struggle, it is wrong to afford to these elements protection or consideration under international law. The political commissars are the originators of barbaric Asian methods of warfare. Severe measures must thus immediately and unhesitatingly be undertaken against them. When captured in battle or resistance, they are therefore to be disposed of by firearms as a matter of routine. Next slide, please. As if this was not enough, Hitler's opinion that the conduct of the German troops was not a case for the military courts led to the so-called decree on the jurisdiction of martial law Barbarossa, one of the most horrendous documents in German legal history. Criminal acts by the civilian population were removed from the jurisdiction of the Wehrmacht courts. Instead, the troops were to ensure their own safety. Quote, partisans are to be eliminated unsparingly. In battle or when fleeing, this means shooting them in the back. Any other attacks by enemy civilians are to be combated immediately and by most extreme means, including the destruction of the attacker. Should it not be possible to identify individual perpetrators, quote, collective measures of force were then to be applied against residents or the respective area. This means burning down villages, arsoning, pillaging. These orders were outlawed, which outlawed every inhabitant of the Soviet Union and opened up the stage for arson to be committed in every settlement, were accompanied by a carte blanche for criminal acts committed by German soldiers. There is no need to prosecute members of the Wehrmacht for actions carried out against enemy civilians, not even if the action is at the same time a military crime or offense. The military courts were only to intervene if necessary for the maintenance of the common soldiers' discipline. Next slide, please. Let's have a look at the third component of these criminal orders, as they were termed in German. This is verbrecherische Befehle. In contrast to the preparations for prisoners of war from other enemy states, no accommodation was to be provided for the prisoners of war of the Red Army. The sites were simply to be fenced in. The capacity of the camps was to exploit it to the full. The introductory remarks to the prisoners of war under Barbarossa of June 16, 1941, well, once again, everything before the German attack, reveal how those in power wanted the troops to judge the Red Army. Quote, Bolshevism is the mortal enemy of National Socialist Germany. Red Army prisoners of war are thus to be treated with the utmost caution and extreme vigilance. Treacherous conduct is to be expected, particularly of prisoners of Asian origins. Thus, a ruthless and vigorous clampdown is called for at the slightest sign of insubordination, especially from Bolshevist agitators. Eliminate entirely all active or passive resistance. More than 3 million soldiers of the Red Army died under the most horrific circumstances as prisoners of war at the hands of the German. A document dated May 2, 1941 demonstrates almost an unimaginable manner how little life was worth to the German planners. During a meeting of the state secretaries of various ministries and the head of the Economic Staff East, concerning the economic aspects of the Russian campaign, there was a consensus that by the end of 1941, The Wehrmacht must be provided for by the conquered eastern territories. The bureaucrats formulated the consequence of this agreement as follows, quote, "It will doubtless mean that up to 10 million will starve when we remove what we need from the land." It will doubtless mean that up to 10 million people will starve when we remove what we need from the land. An organization reserved the right to hold the control over the racist ideas of the Third Reich. You all know it, it's the SS of Heinrich Himmler. In the spring of 1941, the so-called task forces, Einsatzgruppen of the security police and the SD, received the final touch to their ideological training and their task by Reinhard Heydrich, their commander-in-chief. They were to liquidate, quote, "all Comintern officials, such as professional communist politicians in principle, the higher, middle, and radical lower officials of the party, the Central Committee, and of the district and regional committees, People's Commissars, choose holding party or state positions, other radical elements." The organizational details were incidentally worked out smoothly between the Wehrmacht and the SS. For example, commands and instructions regulating the conduct of the troops in the Soviet Union were issued already in May 1941. Quote, "This struggle calls for a ruthless and vigorous clampdown on Bolshevist agitators, partisans, saboteurs, Jews, and the total elimination of all active and passive resistance." Next slide, please. Thank you. The following sentences were to be found in the communication to the troops, a Wehrmacht propaganda brochure. They require no further comment other than to say that for the ordinary soldier, this hateful propaganda was all the more credible because it came from the leaders of the Wehrmacht and not from the National Socialist Party. Quote, "Anyone who has ever looked a Red Commissar in the face knows what Bolsheviks are. No further theoretical explanations are required. It would be an insult to animals if the features of these mostly Jewish tormentors of mankind were to be described as bestial. They are the embodiment of the infernal, of the personified lunatic hatred of all that is noble in mankind. In the guise of these commissars, we experience the revolt of the subhuman against noble blood." The term subhuman, German Untermensch, became an all-encompassing slogan, a collective expression for the population of Eastern Europe. The following quotes come from an illustrated SS pamphlet entitled "The Subhuman" from the year 1942, which at that time could be bought in every newspaper shop throughout the area controlled by Germany. Quote, "Subhumans have facial features similar to those of humans. On a mental and spiritual scale, however, they rank lower than any animal. Within this creature, there is a ghastly chaos of wild and unrestrained passions, an untold craving to destroy, primitive desire, undisguised cruelty, and this underworld of subhumans found its leader, the eternal Jew." Next slide, please. I have already pointed out that the German leadership reckoned from the start that millions of people in Russia would starve. What lay behind this assumption was the long-term perspective of how they envisaged German rule. At the Nuremberg trial, one document paraphrasing the intentions of Hitler's loyal vassal and head of the party chancellery, Martin Bormann, is on record. Quote, "The slaves are to work for us. If we have no use for them, they may die. Compulsory vaccinations and German healthcare are thus superfluous. Slavic fertility is undesirable. May they use condoms and have abortions. The more, the better. Education is dangerous. It is sufficient if they can count to 100. The only education which is permissible is that which produces useful minions for us. We will leave them their religion as a means of distraction. In the way of food, they will only be given what is absolutely necessary. We are the masters. We come first." Some conclusions can be drawn from the sentences quoted above. National Socialist racism was aimed not only at Jews, but at the Eastern European peoples, who were also deemed to be racially inferior. These sentences express the unequivocal will to partial extermination and permanent enslavement of the native populations above all the Slavs. The Jews, as we all know, were the first in the line of victims. Anti-Semitism was a central priority in National Socialist racist hierarchy, for the Jews were viewed as the negative opposite pole to the Nordic race. However, I would like to point out here that the ideological charge was also manifested in the fact that the alleged century-long racial conflict between good Aryans and bad Jews provided a monocausal explanation for the history of the world. As all totalitarian creeds, National Socialism was characterized by a ubiquitous monocausal pattern of explanation. Added to this was the stereotypical claim that Bolshevism was a Jewish invention. Indeed, the National Socialists had begun their large-scale brutal treatment of Jews right after the conquest of Poland in autumn 1939, murdering and humiliating them, pillaging their assets and forcing them into ghettos. But on June 22nd, 1941, a further line was crossed. The one towards systematic mass murder. For a long time, there was discussion as to the orders issued to the task forces. Today, not least because of Heydrich's orders as discussed above, it is prevailing opinion that there was no general order to murder the whole Jewish population at the time the first German soldiers crossed the border into the Soviet Union. It is equally evident that from around August, September 1941, all four task forces initiated the organized shooting of all Jews, including women and children and the older ones. The line between mass persecution and genocide was irrevocably crossed. This radicalization was, one is tempted to say, the inevitable consequence of the disinhibiting commands issued to the troops and the ideological indoctrination of the racial struggle, which found its most horrific expression in the image of the Bolshevist Jewish subhuman. June 22, 1941, then, is the prelude to the systematic eradication of the Jewish population and the targeted and systematic mass murder of real or purported opponents of National Socialism. There followed, as a logical consequence of the radical ideology of racism, of anti-Semitism, of National Socialist ideology, an irreversible radicalization and dynamic which irrevocably paved the way to a crime unique in modern history. The Soviet Jews were the first to die. Here in Eastern Central Europe, the last obstacles and restraints towards the Holocaust were removed in the days and weeks after June 22, 1941, long before the first trains deported Jews to Auschwitz and before the extermination camps in Poland began their murderous work. To conclude, the attack on the Soviet Union was decisive for the outcome of the Second World War and is the last important step leading up to the Holocaust and mass crimes of the most horrific scale, crimes which were motivated by racist and ideological convictions. Thank you very much for your attention. Ačiū už dėmesį.
Ačiū labai gerbiamam profesoriui už jo.
Thank you very much, Professor, for his presentation. And the next speaker and the opening address is to be delivered by Adam Michnik, Narratives about the Mass Violence and Heroism in the Central and Eastern Europe. Allow me to say a few words about this person whom most of you know. He's a dissident, a Polish dissident, and one of the people of Solidarność movement. He's a politician and Gazeta Wyborcza chief editor. And we might say that he was one of the key figures in the post-communist ideologies whenever we are talking about the last decade of the last decade.
Przede wszystkim chciałem podziękować za zaproszenie do udziału w tej konferencji.
Allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I've been listening very attentively and with a certain degree of envy, because today I believe that in Poland, such a conference couldn't happen. And the tone for setting the stage of this conference, and by the speaker of the Seimas and the Prime Minister's welcoming speech, and this completely different understanding of history shows that Lithuania is opening up. It is opening up to the Western and democratic values, while in other countries, such as Russia, Hungary, or Poland, we see a certain step backwards in terms of the historical memories, or reinvestigating the historical narrative. And we see this as a regression, not as a progress, which, by the way, leads to the glorification of your own nation, of your own history, and to the falsification of history as well. I do not mean Belarus, and I am here not to speak about Belarus, in which we are witnessing the regime of bandits pioneered by Lukashenko, where the people's minds are being robbed. And remember that a recent scandal of detouring the plane headed to Vilnius had to be forcefully landed in Minsk. And we are, in fact, living in the shadows of what has happened in the Second World War. I would like to raise a couple of important questions, which to me, as a Pole, being a historian, a true believer, although not a practicing religion, I'm a historian by my background. But I'm not doing the historical research. And we have different approaches or different narratives about the same historical events. We are discussing or deliberating when did exactly the Second World War broke out. From a Polish perspective, the Second World War did in fact break with the signature of Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Speaking from the Czech perspective, the Second World War broke out much earlier with the German army invading the Czech soil. Or perhaps even earlier on, in Munich. Two Western democracies surrendered to the pressure of two totalitarian regimes of Germany and Denmark. From the Austrian perspective, the war broke out when the Anschluss, with the launch of Anschluss, and therefore the very same discussion shows this is already a debate on the chronology of events. The the Polish people have some special memories. We do understand that we are the victims of aggression, of double aggression of Germans and the Soviets. We have had two major bandits in power who fought against us. At the very same time, there was this perception or belief that was born that we are not guilty for anything. We are the victims, innocent victims. Of oppression by other forces. And we simply shall not be thinking otherwise, that there are no dark pages in the Polish history. Because Poland, from the very start, was involved in anti-Hitler coalition, and therefore this perception is coming from all these factors, that Poland is an innocent party, an innocent victim. So from this point of view, the Baltic states have yet another attitude. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Had a completely different approach compared to the narrative of Slovenia or the Czech Republic. Quite a different approach or quite a different narrative is being followed in Ukraine or in Russia. In Poland, a lot is being talked and told about the role played by Poland and about settling accounts between the Poles and the Lithuanians, about these dark pages in our history. In Poland, there is also such a, we could find such a debate as well. A debate between the relationship between the Poles and the Jews, as well as the relationship between the Poles and Lithuanians, about the Poles and the Czechs, and here I mean Ziolvi. When the Polish army marched into the territory of the Czech Republic, the relationship between the Poles and the Slovaks, and later on, in the post-war period, the relationship between Poland and Germany. When the relocation of German citizens of Poland were moved or dislocated from Polish territories into Germany. And that was not a decision made by the Polish government. That was done on the basis of the Yalta Treaty. Other treaties followed, so we might say that Poland was ruled by the Stalin, but the fact is that these were the Germans who were moved from the entire German families were moved. For instance, we can take a specific example of a German family living in a town such as Wrocław or Zielona Góra. Quite a couple of generations of this family lived in the city, and this family even was not allowed any time to take any worthy things. They could only take as much as they could carry with their both hands, and they were expelled, we might say, from the country. And these were the signs of Hitler's aggression against Poland. And this simply happened And in the history of Poland, there were some conflicting views of that, and there was a denial of such facts in the official Polish history. And by the way, this is not true, because Poles are like an innocent sheep from the very essence of this outbreak of the law, and I believe this is the most outright lie from these times. We're also disputing about the political resistance. Was it rational or irrational? Or which of the ways of this political resistance movement was rational or not rational? Who's responsible for the catastrophe of 1939, both the military and political catastrophe? So we are in disagreement on the significance of the Warsaw Uprising. So I've already mentioned this disagreements on the relationship between the Polish and the Jews. So there are a couple of conflicting narratives. According to historians, it is possible to maintain a normal dialogue based on facts. About the historical politics, when seen from the current perspective for the Polish regime, or the regime by Orban or Putin's regime in Russia, it could be used as a tool. Historical policy is a tool as a manipulative tool to manipulate the public opinion.
Taka głęboka niechęć
And it is at this place that we feel the unwillingness to acknowledge that in these relations there were various events, including the cruel ones. We also hear such ideas as collective blame of the Poles vis-à-vis Jews. I don't agree with this collective blame. I believe that this is each individual has to assume his or her individual responsibility. But of course, I, as an individual, am responsible for the search of the truth and for uncovering the truth in the past events. And if I want to be an open and honest person with myself, if I want to discover the truth, for instance, if I want to talk to a Ukrainian, I may not forget the fact that in the history of the Second Polish Republic, the Ukrainian community was believed to be as a substandard or substandard citizens. So in terms of the Ukrainian community living in Poland, that was the Polish government which was indeed very much applying some sort of repressions against the Ukrainians. We shall not forget about the difficult relationship between the Poles and the Lithuanians as well. Whenever we talk about Vilnius, about the so-called Żeligovsky resistance, or about Józef Pilsudski in connection with Vilnius. In the interwar period, the Polish and Lithuanian relationship were quite tense and quite and simply there were no diplomatic relationship altogether. Back in 1939, when many Poles were
litewskiego, jeszcze suwerennej Litwy, zostali przyjęci życzliwie i znaleźli
they were accepted very open-handed, with a full open-handed embrace in Lithuania. So all the running Poles could find their place in Lithuania.
dobrych wspomnień o relacjach polsko-litewskich. Więc o tym też
Some people may not have very pleasant memories or no memories at all about the Polish or Lithuanian relationship. But we shall not forget
wojenny zostawił
also the fact that at the times of war,
w spadku taką rzeczywistość,
the war has left a certain legacy for each of us, which in one way it was imposed upon us, and on the other hand it was very much divisive for our societies. It was divisive in between those who were willing to continue with the armed resistance, and in Poland we call them as cursed soldiers,
marnowanie krwi,
and another group which believed that armed resistance
trzeba szukać jakiegoś sposobu,
only leads to many human loss of many human lives. And the second group believes that we have to look for the possibilities or for other solutions. What shall we do about the future? And the Catholic Church became a state within a state, a state within a sovereign state. And that was an oasis of independence at the times of Stalin's rule. In Stalin's time, the Catholic preachers were using Polish, Polish language for their sermons, and not the Russian language. As time went by, the Lithuanian Catholicism all of a sudden developed quite a dangerous formula of a Polish Catholic, when Catholicism stopped from being a universal religion. And Catholicism, as such, was perceived as a Polish value. And it gave birth to the Polish nationalism. And we also had the so-called the Polish Molotov's cocktail, and that was quite a dangerous thing to have. And today we see with a certain concern the crisis that the Polish Catholic Church is going through. Because for many years the Church has been not very much involved in the political discussion of its own history. The Polish Catholic Church didn't have a history of its own. The Church was deified, it was glorified because a Pole, one Pole was elected the Pope. So apparently the Church, the Catholic Church of Poland could not be criticized. It was not allowed to be criticized. It was a holy cow in a way. And today we have and we hear a lot of cases when the clergyman are getting themselves involved in the politics. In Yaroslav Kaczynski's ruling coalition as well, we could find some clergymen.
dostateczny. Punktem wyjścia do refleksji nad zniewoleniem totalitarnym.
So the reflection of the events of the war has not been transformed into the reflection of the
Bo był antypolski,
totalitarian
a nie dlatego, że był antyludzki. Nie dlatego, że
dependence,
fundamentą
because we were
europejskiej aksjologii, europejskich wartości.
we were a Polish movement and not an anti-human movement. We were not criticizing Bolshevism just because it was totalitarian, or just because it was Russian, sorry, just because it was anti-Polish.
Rosyjskich carów,
Because it
a nie dlatego, że był po prostu projektem
it
totalitarnym.
imposed upon us alien examples, and not because it was a totalitarian project,
I myślę, że
but because it was a dangerous project for the whole of the world.
kiedy spoglądamy na to,
As we see the consequences of this today, whenever we are witnessing the new events, the new developments, and we see a resurgence of nationalistic movements all across Europe. So apparently Europe is now at the crossroads, just as it was back in the 50s. In the 50s,
wydawało się wszystkim myślącym,
when the war was imminent,
świat się kończy. Jedni uważali, że się
and
kończy
to
dlatego,
all people, this fact seemed to be like the end of the world, while others thought that the time has come for the socialism or for communism. Others believe that the time has come for National Socialism, but that there was an end to the world as we knew it.
wolność już była wyrzucona
A democratic liberal was a concept which had some negative connotations.
Otóż dzisiaj jest coś podobnego.
And it was dumped as a waste.
Na poziomie
And today we're also witnessing something of this kind.
i na poziomie skrajnej
We have ultra-right radicals or ultra-left radicals
atak na wartości demokracji europejskiej. Kiedy
are launching continuous offensive on the European democratic values.
statystykę drugiej połowy lat 30. Czy to
And now, when we review the publications from the 50s, that is available in Czech Republic, Karol Čapiko or Miroslav Breži, or from Hungary, we might take a look at István's.
miałem na nazwiska, że taki
I have forgotten the surname of István from Hungary, so he's a well-known historian of Hungary.
w Polsce Korwiński, Ossowski,
In Polish, Kontrabinski, Usowski,
rosyjskiej emigracji.
Poles living in emigration, and the Russian immigrants, Chodotov,
Ukraińskiej emigracji, ci, którzy przebywali w Polsce, czy
and Ukrainian immigrants who were living in Poland at that time or in the Czech Republic.
przyszłość Europy to jest zawsze spór o wartości.
And we see that this dispute about the future of Europe is a dispute about the democratic values.
Godzi w Europie.
And who is for or against the democratic values? Anyone who is against the European project. And quite to the contrary. So whenever we are reading or listening to Putin's ideology or philosophy, we we understand that the core of this philosophy is to ensure the demise of the European Union. And if somebody today is talking in Hungary or in any other state about the rotten Western wall, then they are coming back to the Pobedonostev's narrative and to the narrative of others, other conservative thinkers of Russia. And this is the narrative which is running against the humanistic values or the values of pluralism. And this is again the legacy of those years and those decades. And of course, if there was yet another Polish philosopher who might say that Mitnick is manipulating Poles, or that Mitnick is trying to speak about uncomfortable truth to the Poles. I believe that I'm talking the narrative of the truth, and this is a narrative of maturity. And we shall not pretend that such narrative is non-existent, or that the facts are non-existent. We have every possible right to question. Which way we want to go? Would it be the ideas of pride or not? We have Sakharov and Brezhnev on two opposing sides. We have Mandelstam and Stalin. In France, we have Vichy, Tadeu, and de Gaulle. And this can be said about every single state, including Poland. And this is a humanity test to every individual and to the society, how this person is capable of analyzing the history. And when it comes to the reflection of the 20th century and of the Second World War, this is the war of the path of reflection, which allows us to analyze our history. Professor Navtsevich, he's a well-known author of an article when there was an ongoing discussion about the Jedwabne after Jan Tomasz and Grossow's book, which is a historian of Krakow, and Andrzej Nowak, the historian of Krakow, wrote that the symbol of our memory should become Westerplatte, not Jedwabne. And in response to the statement, the professor responded in his article that both Westerplatte and Jedwabne are part and parcel of our common history, and we have to remember each of them. And we have to learn from the lessons of the past. We can learn from Westerplatte, just as John Paul II said, that each of us has its own Westerplatte, that is the value or the ground that you're not going to surrender, because this is your essence, and this is your core values, and the Poles should have their Westerplatte, their core values that they are ready to fight for and defend. On the other hand, we also have to be available to speak the truth about the self, uncomfortable truth, and Jedwabne is this uncomfortable truth that we shall be outspoken about, and we shall not be entitled to claim that the Germans are to be blamed for what happened in Jedwabne. Because by doing so, we would be basically lost in self-denial. A Catholic priest, when he wants to hide the scriptures, he simply deleted 2 pages in which there was a description of the events given, of which he was a witness. From the Second World War, we still do remember a lesson. So nationalism and Bolshevism. In Russia, Putin wants to have all the power in his hands. And Putin mentioned that any parallels between Stalin and Hitler would be punishable by law as a criminal offense. And in Poland, there was also something similar. For many years, the word Katyn was considered to be illegal, and it was even deleted from the Polish encyclopedia. It was simply omitted as a non-existent. But then the core of the Polish society was documenting the truth about Katyn. And this truth is going to be uncovered sooner or later, and the lies are going to be dispelled sooner or later. Lithuania has many wonderful pages in its history and in its reflection of a historical past. Allow me to make a small detour, historical detour. My dear friend, poet Thomas Venclova, once said very precisely about the relationship between the Poles and the Lithuanians, between the Lithuanians and the Jews, the Lithuanians and the Russians. He said, such a way of reflection is a very valuable tool. And it is quite a precious tool, and it is quite an exemplary, showing how we can talk about our common history. And the last words, I remember distinguished ambassador quoted Tom Mann in his opening speech. And I'm a very huge fan of Tom Mann. I believe I have read everything that was published by Tom Mann in Polish. I also visited the museum in Nida, the museum of Tom Mann in Nida. And I remember perfectly well one of the essays by Tom Mann written, translated into Polish, in which he said, the Nazi were not those other Germans or some other people. Nazis were the Germans who chose a different path. And these were my Germans, and we have to learn from this. We have to draw our own individual lessons from the Second World War, be it the history of Lithuania or Ukraine or Poland. There are some uncomfortable historical events that we would gladly forget. And such attempts to hide the facts is not a solution. These were not some aliens who did the wrong things. We have to admit that it was my state, my countrymen who did that. At that time, this group of people chose a wrong path. To complete my speech, I would like to thank you for inviting me. And I would like to quote a Polish author who, after the intervention into the Czech Republic, he wrote an open letter. At that time, he was trying to save the dignity of the Poles. And he wrote to the chair of the Czech Writers Club. And he wrote the following: "Please accept my words with some hope. Let us cherish hope. Let us work for the benefit of the hope." And under signing Jerzy Andrzejewski. And with this, I would like to finish my presentation. Let us cherish hope and let us work for this benefit of hope.
Dziękuję pana Adama Michnika za wystąpienie. Ačiū labai ponui Adamui Michnikui už jo pranešimą.
Thank you very much, Adam Michnik, for his presentations. And now allow me to announce a short break. And let us all convene back at 12:40. Just some minutes to get a fresh gulp of air and to get some teas or grab a tea or coffee. And let us all come back to our screens at 12:40 Lithuanian time. So, hello to everybody who are participating live, who are looking and observing our conference online. I'm going to be the moderator of the current section. My name is Vytautas Brumeris. I'm a journalist and historian myself. After the introductory and general type of talks and introductory speeches, we are going to do what we have promised. Now we're giving the floor to historians, professionals, and to the specialists. And therefore, the first and discussion section is called Vernichtungskrieg, which is an annihilation war, and the uprising and the June of 1941, and the historical and geographical narratives. Our structure of the work is going to look as follows. Given that we have to save time, we're slightly lagging behind our schedule, we will allow the speakers speak one by one without any interruption. If somebody in the audience will be having any pressing question, or they would like to respond or to raise a question to the live the speaking speakers, because we have some of them will be speaking online, some of them will be giving their presentations on the stage. So give me a signal and we will try to provide this possibility of raising questions. But just as I mentioned, in order to save time, we will be listening to three speakers one by one without any interruption. So the first speaker, according to the program, is going to be an online presentation, which is pre-recorded due to some objective reasons, due to the time difference. And the author of this presentation is a historian, a person who doesn't need any further deep introduction. So this is Professor Saulius Sužiedėlis. He is a Lithuanian and American historian who lectured as a professor in high schools of the United States and in Vilnius in the last decades. And one of the key topics of his research, for which he is mainly known for, is Holocaust and the involvement of the Lithuanians in the Jewish genocide that took place in the territory of Lithuania. Saulius Sužiedėlis is a member of the International Commission analyzing the crimes committed by the Soviet and the Nazi regimes. So I would like to ask the organizers to stream the presentation made by Saulius Sužiedėlis. The topic of his presentation is "What are the sources telling us? War, uprising, and first steps towards the Holocaust."
Ir aš tada galiu paspausti continue ir tada įrašyti.
Jo, dabar aš jau paspaudžiau rekord. Tai jeigu ką...
Ir dabar jau viskas paruošta.
Jo, dabar viskas paruošta, aš išjungiu garsą ir kalbėkite, tada tu jau...
Gerai. Labas rytas. Malonu matyti visus, kad ir nuotoliniu būdu.
Hello to everybody. It's a pleasure to see all of you. I would like to quote, Holocaust in Lithuania started in 1941 on the 23rd of June. This is a quote, this is what Irena Vesaitė told me. I have heard a number of times the same facts from the Jews or the survivors of the Holocaust. Why I remember this notion? Because I was struck by the fact, because I had a slightly different opinion, and I had to make some further inquiries. I would like to raise a number of very sensitive issues related to the uprising of 1941 and the Holocaust development in Lithuania allow me to discover two problems which have an impact on the historiography of these events, as well as the public discourse. What are the sources? I think it would be ridiculous to spoil ink while attempting to prove the significance of the sources, and allow me to focus on one example, when confusion regarding the sources may lead to absurd situations. The destruction of the European Jews by Raoul Hilberg, by the way, describe the Holocaust studies on a global scale, and this is the quote I'm taking from the destruction of the European Jews. When an advanced detachment of Einsatzkommando 1B, which you can see on the screen, moved into Kaunas, into Lithuanian, partisans were shooting it at the retreating Red Army. And then it follows. The newly arrived security police approached the chief of the Lithuanian insurgents, Nikžentaitis, and secretly persuading him to turn his forces on the Jews. And then it follows that after several days,
Nikžentaitis had accounted for 5,000 dead, 3,800 in other towns. Vertimas yra žinoma po keletos dienų intensyvių pogromų į Klimančio sąskaitą.
And of course, there were 5,000 of dead, 3,800 of them in Kaunas, 1,200 in other cities. Hilberg is quoting well-known sources, the so-called Stahleker's report, which is on the 15th of October 1941, and the so-called Reinigungsmeldungen of the 8th edition of the 30th of June 1941. I'm not going to comment the misleading statistics or some discrepancies on the scale of the operations of Nikžentaitis' squad. I would like to trace back the consequences of the wrongly used source. In 1919, two US politologists published an article, The Dark Side of the Lithuanian Nationalism, the right of self-determination and the support of the US to the independence of Lithuania, which makes us seriously think. And it is said in the article, I'm going to the English text, and I'm going to translate it later into Lithuanian. Consider the Lithuanian record during the World War II. No other people collaborated with the Nazis more enthusiastically than the Lithuanians and the Ukrainians. When the Soviet troops left Kaunas, the former Lithuanian capital, on the 23rd of June 1941, Lithuanian partisans led by the national hero Nikžentaitis began systematical killing of Jews, and that's end of quote. And I'm going to give say the same in Lithuanian. I believe that this prominent personality of Nikžentaitis was borrowed from yet another publication by Canadian writer Saul Littman, from his book War Criminal on Trial, the Rauka case, in which Nikžentaitis is mentioned as the head of the Lithuanian provisional government. One thing is clear, there was a pathway taken by Nikžentaitis from the leader of the gang into the highest ranks of the government. Hilberg could not have access to the material in the Lithuanian archives, nor to the abundance of academic historiography on Holocaust material available in the Lithuanian language. Terminology. Both in the sources and in monography, there is some confusion about the terms. More specifically, what does it mean, the word uprising? What does it mean, or who were those insurgents, partisans, or activists? And yet another quite a difficult word which needs to be identified or defined, which is a nationalist. Well, let us start from the first term, uprising. The notion of uprising, which is an armed resistance against unlawful occupation, is quite obvious. On the 23rd of June in Kaunas, the radio announced about the reinstituting of the independence of Lithuania. Considering a very rapid withdrawal of the Red Army, the uprising in Lithuania was very short-lived. After the first week of the war, the insurgents had nothing to be opposing. We have to agree with Leonidas Donskis that the uprising was, beginning of the quote, a political and psychological necessity of Lithuanians. That was a spontaneous response to the Soviet rule was inevitable, in particular following the trauma of mass deportations. So, how can we expect any Lithuanians after those June deportations to be fighting or directing their barrels to the West? and fight for Stalin. The uprising was quite an organized event, but it doesn't mean that it was an organized endeavor. Quite on the contrary, it was rather spontaneous. This is shown from the emotional realities from the first days of the war. On the 22nd of June, in the early morning of Sunday, a larger part, or I guess even the majority, of the Lithuanian population accepted the war as a real salvation. Actor Laimonas Noreika so describes the image he experienced as a child. A neighbor came to his relatives, announcing with joy that Kaunas has been liberated and the city's inhabitants are beating the fleeing Russians. And that's the end of quote. And the journalist Matskonis remembers the following first days, and I'm going to quote from his diary. On the 24th of June, roughly at 6 o'clock in the morning, there was a car and the roar of the engines. Who were these, the Bolsheviks or the Germans? I remember asking some folk walking off the bridge, what is happening in town and who are coming? They are one of us, he said. Who are one of us? The Germans. The Germans. I was over the moon. The Germans. And the sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly, and the gentle, warm summer wind was bristling. The Germans. All the salvaged Lithuania was echoing this name, and the crowds of people poured into the streets, greeting each other, kissing and crying with joy. And that's end of quote. The Lithuanians embraced the euphoria of those first hours, could hardly realize that the Wehrmacht was followed by the so-called Einsatzgruppen. The planning of the war and its essential genocidal goals were convincingly analyzed today by my colleague Joachim Tauber. The notion of uprising shatters our memories or is quite divisive. The Professor Sarah Genaitė Rubinson, who survived the Kaunas ghetto, said rather straightforwardly in one of the conferences in the University of Toronto. I don't remember exactly what she said, but the idea was there was no uprising. There were only the men dressed with white collar bandages, arm bandages, were beating up and killing the Jews. I would not be surprised if the same quote was repeated by other participants of this conference. And of course, you haven't to be too sensitive to understand that the 23rd of June, when most of the Lithuanians were rejoicing in the Lithuanian collective memory, was marking the day of a great nightmare, a wave of persecutions, and in the end, unprecedented death in the history of the country. For the time being, I follow Valentinas Brandišauska's long-published figures, which more or less reflect the scale of the uprising. Up to 15% of participants, less than 600 killed in the fighting. The retreating Red Army, the Alvydas and communist activists killed approximately 1,000 unarmed Lithuanian citizens. I leave it to the younger speakers of this session to correct me. Thus, the uprising, a historical fact, and remains one of the most divisive episodes in the Lithuanian past, not only because of the different emotional reactions of contemporaries. Conflicting narratives are reflected in the press, scientific and pseudo-scientific literature, even in international relations. We are well aware of both extremes. In Soviet propaganda, the uprising emerges as annihilation planned in advance by Škirpa and the Germans, with the main goal being the extermination of the Jewish population. And here we see Alexander Slavin's The Encyclopedist article in the German press in 1993. And according to him, the main goal of the fascists was annihilation of the Jewish population. And this narrative is further supported by Ivan Tsukhov, who wrote a book, Nakanonie Holocaust, which is on the eve of the Holocaust. We have to see that any other references to the fifth column, or when the Lithuanians were dragging the Russian retreating army into the back, would not be completely true. in Lithuania and in exile and the diaspora have long been uncritically glorifying and idealizing the uprising and its participants. It is a well-known fiction of about 100,000 of rebels and 4,000 dead. I do not think that it is worth seriously discussing the claim that uprising was directed against the Germans as well. A voluminous book by Kazys Škirpa, The Uprising, that was published in 1973, which is even today is considered by the apologists of the Lithuanian activist movement, is considered to be a very important source. In this book, the author edited documents compromising him, and this must be considered as an equivalent to a forgery. It is characteristic that we will not find any anti-Semitic propaganda published in the facsimile photo of the first issue of the magazine. And we see the picture of this first issue, and once we see it in the magazine To the Freedom, which was published in Lithuania, we do not see such articles. And we do not see any articles on anti-Semitism. He is telling about anti-Semitism Jews who were really willing to analyze and to abuse everybody else. And we, Jews and the communism, go hand in hand. And there were some references about Jews serving the Bolsheviks. So much about the uprising. Later on, there was this concept of partisan. Not so much the insurgent, but as a partisan, which in a way became an official notion. In 1942, from a formal point of view, the partisans, to be regarded as partisans, were the people who joined the ranks of the partisans before the invasion of the Germans and who have not tainted their name with looting other people's property. However, in the sources of those days, as well as in the historiography, there is some inconsistency of the terms. Sometimes the term partisan is used even at the time when the partisans were not dealing with partisan operations, as it was sometimes the case in the German documents. The same happened with the so-called activists. For instance, a very active participant of Kaunas uprising, Colonel Juozas Vėbra, remembers that he became an activist on the first day of uprising, and only then he learned about the Lithuanian movement. And the chair of the Vilnius city committee, Stasys Žakevičius, when approaching the city citizens, he said that some irresponsible people are using violence and are illegally tainting the honorable name of a Lithuanian activist. So who were these genuine activists and who are not? There is yet another confusion of terminology I can give you as an example. The photo could also become as a source, and this photo was published in the article by Australian historian Conrad Kviet about the events of month June. And this is a well-known photograph, a young guy who is posing with an iron bar, and this photograph has become a tragic comic politicization instrument. Somebody claimed this is a partisan Juozas Lukša. Others claim this person to be a Nazi killer, Joachim. Let us see what the title of this article says, which is a Lithuanian national.
He used to kill Jews at the Lietuvos garage, June 27, 1941. Lietuvis nacionalistas pozuoja su geležiniu dėsniu.
And again, the translation follows. Well, nobody knows who suddenly turned this man into a nationalist. Definitely, it is not the kerchief that he is wearing or this imposing belt. And by the way, in the US Museum of Holocaust, there is a multi-voluminous encyclopedia on ghettos and concentration camps. As a rule, the structures of Lithuanians who participated in the persecutions they describe the Lithuanian participation as the participation of nationalists. Well, it only takes to add another word of bourgeois, and then we could easily read this text in any Soviet post-war historiographical dictionary. By the way, what does it mean to be a nationalist? It is a person A nationalist is a person who values an independent state, feels attached to his homeland, feels the need to belong to an ethno-cultural community that he is considering as his own. It is then safe to say that the vast majority of Europe's population in the war years and now are the nationalists. Almost all anti-Nazi movements were clearly nationalistic. What kind of nationalism are we talking about? Is it Herder's nationalism, the Spring of Nations nationalism, Smetona's conservative nationalism, or the Nazis' blood and soil, Blut und Boden nationalism? Indeed, there were the latter type of nationalists in Lithuania as well, but then the label of a nationalist is just an example of a lazy mentality. I think it is important to emphasize that the term used in historical discourse reflects a certain value orientation. Finally, a couple thoughts for discussion for today and the future. How should we remember the uprising of 1941? One can only agree with the idea that armed rebels now buried, who have not tainted with the blood of innocent people, let them rest in peace. But when it comes to the devising memory challenges, then there is a question, how shall we commemorate the devising past? I still hold the opinion I expressed in 2011. In the IQ magazine, which commemorated the 70th anniversary of the events we're discussing today, at that time, in the conference, no one suggested a separate assessment of the LAF movement, the provisional government, the uprising, and the massive killings of the Jews in summer and autumn. Allow me to quote what I wrote back then. What shall we do with those who both fought and persecuted, and not just Jews? Despite the formal disarmament of the rebels, a number of partisans continued to operate in local administration and auxiliary police units, that is, in the same structures that were used in the summer and fall of 1941 for handing over the Jews from the province to the killers and who were killed by them directly. It is quite possible to create separate biographies of a good insurgent and a bad white-armed band wearer in one single personality. But would this make a truthful history? Shouldn't the publicity proclaimed value and geographical orientation, the ambiguity of the LAF and the provisional regime with regard to the persecuted Lithuanian citizens force them to think about those who still want to compare the June the 23rd with the February the 16th or March the 11th, not to mention the intentions of LAF ideologists to remove Jews from the Lithuanian life. What kind of the state system did they envision in the new Europe led by the Hitler Reich? And my last remark, again going back to my discussion with the late Irana Veisaitė. Was it indeed so that Holocaust started on the 23rd of June? The problem is, or remains, until we answer to the question, what do we mean when we say Holocaust? I believe that, in addition to the perpetrated as well as the planned, the so-called final solution, Endlösung, final solution, that is to say, even apart from the Jewish, without the Jewish genocide, the Shoah, the concept of Holocaust loses sense. And the beginning of the final solution in Lithuania is linked with the beginning of August 1941 with the massive killing of Jews. And the very period from the Biržai campaign, on the 5th and the 6th of August 1941 until the grand campaign in Kaunas on the 29th of October 1941, in a matter of 3 months, an absolute majority of Lithuanian Jews were annihilated. And that was the final solution on the Lithuanian scale. Any other previous pogroms and selective campaigns which had some specific, the so-called security function, somehow fall outside the chronological frame, such as killings in Plungė and Ilake before the beginning of August is a horrible exception of this rule. On the scale of the Eastern European, the anti-Semitic violence in the first days of the war has to be understood from a historical context. According to some historians, the wave of pogroms in 1919-1920 victim-wise was much larger than the violence of 1941. And we mean the Soviet civic law. If the Reich had not decided, just as our colleague Tauber mentioned, to transgress this fragile line between the persecution and genocide, we could once again appreciate this period as a very exorbitant, massive anti-Semitism outbreak. And by this I mean Chelmnitsky Cossacks massacre during the Russian Civil War in the 17th century. Unfortunately, in the late summer of 1941, the Third Reich decided otherwise. Thank you very much for your attention and would like to wish you a successful conference.
Thank you to Professor Sužiedėlis for this very conceptual presentation, very professional from the historical viewpoint that specifically pointed out the extreme pose and the approach to the subject, showing why the subject is being so heavily politicized. And kind of identifying the cornerstone from which should serve as a starting point for political discussions and in order to reach some kind of more normal consensus, which is a challenge for the future. We as a society and as a state, and especially on this region, could be moving forward. So before we coming to the next presentation, I would like to ask if there's anybody willing to ask a question or comment. If not, so we are now having a presentation of Mr. Vladislav Grinevich. Is a presentation on the Second World War, a professor from Ukraine, and Professor Grinevich is the chief research fellow of the Ukrainian Political Studies Institute. His most recent work paper is the monography on Red Imperialism, and his subject matter is the events in Ukraine in 1940-1941. So now the floor is given to Professor Grinevich.
Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very
Hello.
much for the invitation. The name of my topic, June 22, 1941, the Ukrainian view. Writer Vasil Barka was perhaps the first to point out the problem of choice for Ukrainians after June 22, 1941. On whose side are you fighting in this war, Hitler or Stalin? He wrote, it was difficult to choose because there were two of a kind, Moscow and Berlin. Those of Ukrainians who have to fight against the Red Death would be right. Whoever fights against the Black one would be right also, as well as those who have to fight against both. Only those who proclaim it's neither my headache nor my piece of cake, as the highest wisdom of the earth, would not be right. A similar situation was there in many European countries, split by the war politically, ideologically, and by the worldview. Ukraine had its own specifics, nonetheless mostly because the absence of its own statehood. During the Ukrainian Revolution 1917-1922, there were several attempts to create an independent Ukrainian state, but because of the powerful pressure of Moscow's Red imperialism, they were no successful. The communist rule was not the voluntary choice of Ukrainian people, as it was established primarily because of Russian Bolshevik occupation. The Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was the dependent, non-democratic simulacrum state, practically the peripheral colony of Russia. During the interwar period, the Bolsheviks never managed to form the Ukrainian Social Republic as a homogeneous society with a unified Soviet identity. Neither permanent purges of enemies, nor the formation of nationally colored Soviet patriotism was very successful. Predominantly rustic Ukraine, which in the 1930s suffered the enormous humanitarian catastrophe with the tragic consequence, the Great Famine, Holodomor, which killed no less than 4.5 million people, remained a potentially weak link in Stalin's empire. In 1939, the Western Ukrainian territories were annexed and Sovietized under the slogan of liberation of blood brothers. This was the second act of the incorporation of Ukraine into the Red Russia, which began in 1920. However, this did not strengthen the Soviet Union, but only added few problems. Despite the repression during the Soviet occupation, Ukrainian nationalists who saw Stalin's Russia as their worst enemy strengthened and increased their organization and started active preparation for the anti-Soviet uprising. Moreover, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, spread its influence on the eastern Ukraine and the Ukrainian ethnic areas that were part of Soviet Belarus, establishing the underground network there. The catastrophic beginning of the war was not the favorite topic to talk in the Soviet Union. The usual explanation were the insidious attack and the military superiority of the Wehrmacht. At that time, the German army had no advantage over the Red Army, neither in manpower and equipment, nor in the quality of military equipment. The reason was in something else. Military defeats of the Red Army at the initial stage of the war were because of the complex of reasons: political, military, technical, organization, ideological, psychological, etc. However, we can recognize three main groups of factors, among them which led to the 1941 military disaster. First of all, there were political mistakes and miscalculation of the Soviet leadership, poor management and control of troops, as well as poor moral and psychological condition as the Red Army. Firstly, the strategic deployment on the eve of the war of large military contingent and military equipment of the Red Army in the western regions was related to the intention of the Soviet leadership to launch an offensive, preventive war in the nearest future. Therefore, there was a direct link between the military disaster of the initial phase phase of the war, and the strategic and political miscalculation of Stalin's leadership. Hesitating with the preemptive strike and skipping the Germans' wide, Stalin actually condemned the front line of the Soviet troops concentrated on the border to almost complete destruction. The aim to have the war with little blood on foreign lands was not reached. The reality was the war with a lot of blood on their own land. The shock of German sudden attack was deepened by the problems with poor army management. The major cause was the shortage of experienced military personnel in the Red Army. Tens of thousands of them were repressed during the Great Terror, and the young officer who had been lucky enough to rise through the ranks were unable to compensate the losses of the experienced professionals. Numerous cases of encirclement of the Soviet units, formation, and even whole fronts during the first months of the war. 3.3 million of Red Army soldiers and commanding officers were surrounded in 13 German cauldrons. Were not only the consequences of successful action of the German aggression, but also one of the expressive proofs of the unsatisfactory system of military management and the low moral and political condition of the army. About 1 million people were besieged in Ukraine, near Kiev, 665,000, Uman, Melitopol, Crimea, and so. Most of the encircled troops offered little and no resistance to the enemy, and had surrendered massively, obviously demonstrating the depressive psychological condition of the army. It was impossible to stop the demoralized and panic-striking troops in these circumstances, either by strict order from the High Command or by harsh measures by the NKVD. According to Lavrentiy Beria, the Commissar of Internal Affairs, during the second half of 1941, 640,000 people were charged with desertion and by Officer Uchika, both at front and the rear. 10,000 of them were shot or hanged, including those in front of the rank. But it did not help much. With the outbreak of the war, most people living in the Western Ukraine, whose feelings were radically transformed during 1939-1941, from joy because of liberation from enslavement to the unhidden enmity and even hate of the rule of the Soviets, demonstrating open disloyalty to the Soviet rule. The mobilization of the Soviet army was foiled in this region, but thanks to the efforts of Ukrainian nationalists, the active insurgency of the rear began. In the summer of 1941, the Ukrainian nationalists managed to revolt in 26 districts in Lviv, Stanislav, Ternopil, Volyn, and Rivne Oblast and district, and established control in 11 districts. In Volyn, the uprising against Soviet rule was carried out by armed units of the insurgent commander Taras Burba. On June 30, 1941, the members of Ukrainian nationalist organization under the leadership Stepan Bandera, OUNB, proclaimed the act of revival of the Soviet state in Lviv. Almost immediately after this, the Provid Directorate of the OUNB in Lviv ordered appoint members of the Ukrainian state government in the east. Zhytomyr region became one of the first where the Ukrainian nationalist movement became active during the first months after the proclamation of the act. The prophecy of the famous writer and politician of the Ukrainian Revolution, Volodymyr Vinnychenko, that the national policy of the Bolsheviks in Ukraine would create areas that only their enemies could wish for, seemed to be fulfilled. The apathy and passivity of the population of eastern Ukraine during the German invasion was no fewer burden for Stalin's regime than the armed struggle of the Ukrainian nationalists in the West. In total, in the German-controlled Ukrainian territory, due to the various circumstances, more than 5 million Ukrainian of military age remained. Not a lot of inhabitants of the territory of Ukraine left their land with the Red Army after the retreat from the Ukrainian territories, which was seen in the sudden drop percentage reduction in the number of Ukrainians among the personnel of the Red Army in 1942. Of course, there were enough supporters of the communist system among the Ukrainians, who also not the dominant part of society, were quite active, which this was especially typical for the of the Russified industrial cities in the east. On the other hand, the Ukrainian rural area showed no loyalty to the Stalin's regime. Most of peasants not only did not want to be evacuated with the to the Soviet rear, but also did everything possible to counteract the taxes of scorched earth proclaimed by Stalin. They thwarted attempts to remove and destroy the collective farm property, premises, food, etc. For example, in Kiev region, the large group of women prevented the authorities from carrying out orders to plow the wheat in the field by the tractors. And that time in many places and process of the spontaneous liquidation of collective farms began. The peasants stole away collective farm property, took everything from the food stores, dismantled the inventory, livestock, etc. Often this happened even before the retreat of the Red Army. In total, more than 92% of the population of the Ukrainian Republic remained in the German-occupied territory. This was because many people in Ukraine saw Hitler as a potential liberator from the terror of Stalinism and the infamous collective farm system. Thus, it was not a surprise that the units of Wehrmacht entered the Ukrainian cities and towns, often witnessed the manifestation of outright joy or friendly neutrality to the side of the inhabitants. This was typical not only for the western part of Ukraine. The secretary of Central Committee of Communist Party, Demian Korotchenko, was later forced to state the absolute majority of the civilian population in Ukraine did not want to continue the struggle against the Germans, but tried by various means to adapt to the occupation regime. All this allowed the historian Karl Berghoff from Netherlands to draw a conclusion about the unprecedented meeting of Germans with the Ukrainian population in Europe. The positive attitude towards the German was not by no means connected with the ideology of National Socialism, about which the Ukrainian peasants had no idea. They learned about its inhuman racial orientation and cannibalistic nature a little later. Many of the elder people, including Jews, still have images of cultural Germans left from the period of civil war. Near one of the house of Zhelyanska Street in Kiev, where the relatives of the author of this text lived, one of the resident, old granny Haya, suggested in Yiddish to German soldiers who had just entered the city to clean the cauldrons with sand. It is unlikely that any of the residents of the house guessed that soon their neighbor, among which tens of thousands of other Kievan Jews, innocent children, women, and elderly, would end their lives in Babin Yar. Only during September 29, 30, 1941, the Germans killed, shooted no less than 34,000 people in this region. The representation against Jews as class enemies had been even during the Soviet occupation, and tens of thousands of them were deported to the remote areas of USSR. During the retreat of the Red Army in the summer of 1941, in the western Ukrainian prisons in Lviv, Dobromel, Stry, Sambir, Zolochiv, Lutsk, Dubna, and other cities and towns, the NKVD tortured thousands of prisoners, many of whom were Jews, sometimes up to 10%. In addition, these Soviet crimes in the early days of the occupation were used by the Germans to provoke in dozens of cities and towns of Western Ukraine of anti-Jewish pogroms, during which thousands of people died. One of the largest was in Lviv, which the victims of which became, according to various estimates, from 1 to 4,000 people. In total, during the war, not less than 1.6 million of people became the victims of Holocaust in Ukraine. Concluding this, we note the first months of Nazi Germany's war against the USSR clearly witnessed a crisis of loyalty to the Stalin's regime in Ukraine. The unity and monolithic nature of the Red Empire proved to be apparent. Ukrainian society met the war politically divided, with the vast majority showing either open hostility or indifference to the Soviet rule. The low moral and political conditions of the army and society in 1941 not only became one of the important reasons of the 1941 catastrophe, but also significant effect of the effectiveness of military mobilization and evacuation of human resources. Figuratively speaking, in 1941, Ukraine said no to Stalinism. But the situation changed significantly during the 2 years of German occupation. It soon became clear to the Ukrainians that the Germans did not come to liberate them, but to rob and rule. The difficult question of whose side to be for many was resolved when in 1943 the Red Army during the strategic offensive began forced mobilization of Ukrainians. By the end of 1944, the Ukrainians make up a third of the active army, and in the 1945 the quarter. The January 27, 1945, the Ukrainian military from the First Ukrainian Front opened the doors of the German Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. In general, during the war, almost 6 million citizens of Ukraine participated in the defeat of the Nazi Germany. And at the same time, several 100,000 Ukrainians fight in the Ukrainian insurgent army against the returning Red imperialism and continued to fight until the early 50s. In all, Ukraine lost in the war near 8 million persons, both from Stalin and Hitler's side. All this affected the divided war memory of Ukrainians, which is still not completely overcome even now. And Russia uses it now in their hybrid war against Ukraine. But this is another story. Ačiū, dėkoju, thank you very much for attention.
Mes nuo savęs, manau, taip pat galime padėkoti pranešėjui iš Ukrainos, kuris...
Thank you very much, the speaker from Ukraine, who is very much consistently recalling about the Ukrainian reality, as well as the fact which has been repeatedly held that within our region and these experiences and the challenges faced by our countries in this region, be it Lithuania or Ukraine, they are similar. And sometimes they are even identical. As well as the contemporary challenges are also sometimes have something in common. When it comes to the public involvement in the Holocaust perpetration, I believe that now we can once again go from online presentations to a live presentation. And the next speaker is Dr. Stanislavas Stasiulis from Lithuania. And the title of his presentation is The Beginning of the War and the June Uprising in the Testimonies of the Contemporaries. Dr. Stanislavas Stasiulis is alumnus of the Faculty of History of Vilnius University, and his doctoral thesis was about the Holocaust in Lithuania. And he is now the head of the Paneriai Ponar Memorial, which is the Jewish massacre location in Vilnius. So please, Stanislavas Stasiulis, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The 22nd of June 1941 and the Sunday, in the memories of many contemporaries, is remembered as a sunny and beautiful day, the peaceful flow of which was interrupted by the outbreak of war between Germany and the Soviet Union. And the first days and the weeks of the war were accompanied by the chaos caused by the Wehrmacht soldiers invading the Lithuanian territory and the chaotically withdrawing Red Army soldiers, and in some of the places, the June Uprising, which began spontaneously. In these days, looting, settling of personal accounts, and the first massacre of Jews were inevitable. The Lithuanian society met this war with different moods and expectations. So the images of the beginning of the war and the June Uprising are very different, although witnesses often talk about the same things and events. The picture of the first days of the war was so strong that both during the post-war period as well as partially now, it is leading to different accounts of events by different groups of society. In the testimonials of in my presentation, I'm going to focus on three groups of testimonials by Lithuanian Jews and Soviet activists. And I'm going to start from the last group of social activists, Soviet activists, because their testimonials are the earliest one. So in the testimonials of the former Soviet activists of the Red Army soldiers, the first days of retreat are depicted as rather spontaneous, which was marked by confusion brought about by the June Uprising. And the insurgents are depicted as activists, partisans, or more often than not as bandits. As one of the witnesses who was retreating from Mažeikiai mentioned that the wealthy peasants, the so-called kulaks, or the former riflemen and the followers of President Smetona, were working quite extensively in helping the Hitler occupants to perpetrate a bloody massacre. And this image of the beginning of the war was repeated also after the war, when the Soviets reoccupied Lithuania. And the most important place in it was taken not by Holocaust, which was often omitted, or the scale of which was often underplayed, and not even by other war victims or crimes against humanity. The most important place in this image of the beginning of war is taken by the ideology. And it is for this reason the main measure in the testimonials of Soviet activists for the Red Army warfare was whether a person was Soviet thinking or anti-Soviet thinking, regardless of the fact whether he was involved in the Holocaust or other crimes against humanity. Lithuanian Jews and Lithuanians whose geopolitical interests were radically opposite greeted the beginning of the war completely different. Some of the older generation of Lithuanian Jews who still remember the German occupation during the First World War believed, and in their testimonials and in the diaries, they were writing that they believed that the war and that the German occupation was going to be difficult and it will have to be lived in ghettos with certain losses, but inevitably, one way or another, Lithuanian Jews would survive the war. Unfortunately, the German and Soviet war was completely different, which is also testified by the name of this panel session, which is a devastating and annihilating war, which was totally against any international law rules or any rules of humanity. And therefore, these conceptions proved to be misconceptions. And the first uprising in the diaries of the ghettos is often described as one massive pogrom and some arbitrary revenge of Lithuanians and looting of the Jewish property. I can quote as an example a diary of Abraham Tori from Kaunas ghetto, in which he describes the events namely at the beginning of the war, in the following way, and beginning of the quote. One of the first actions taken by people who seemed to represent the government of the independent Lithuania was the massacre of men, women, and children. Squads of Lithuanian partisans, as if bloodthirsty dogs, were catching frightened Jews who were hiding in various places. And the Jews were dragged in huge crowds into the places nobody knew. And all these events are accompanied by German and Lithuanian arbitrariness, dehumanization, and lawlessness of victims, which are well illustrated by Icchokas Rudashevsky, a 15-year-old chronicle from Vilnius ghetto. He said, beginning of quotes, "I feel like I've been robbed of everything I love so much. It was taken away from me. Everything was taken from me." And such an image of the outbreak of the war and the German occupation, the mass murder of the Jews that accompany it, corresponded to the objective reality seen by the victims. First of all, although the massacres or pogroms were initiated by German security forces, apparently local Lithuanians participated in such pogroms and they perpetrated such pogroms. Secondly, anti-Semitism and hostility to Jews was not hidden, not even by the Lithuanian activist front or the provisional government. It was declared outright during the first days of the war in the Lithuanian press. And as it was said in one of the leading editors of the daily Naujoji Lietuva, New Lithuania, published in Lithuania, it said, "End for communism and end for the Jews. And now it's time for the new Lithuania, which has joined Adolf Hitler's New Europe vision. It must be cleansed of Jews, of the Jewish communist mud, which is still contaminating the Lithuanian land. The annihilation of the Jews, and with it the communism, is the first task of the new Lithuania." And that was the editorial article of New Lithuania magazine. And it is for this reason, and not quite surprisingly, that Lithuanian Jews' testimonies about the onset of the war and the June uprising are dominated by a generalized portrait of a Lithuanian partisan, which is well best described by a surviving Holocaust survivor, Sarah Ginaitė Rubinsonienė, who said that not all white arm bandage wearers were Jewish killers, but at least those who killed Jews, they were all wearing white arm bandages. Quite a completely different new mood was among the Lithuanians. The Lithuanian press, as well as the local administration, were glorifying the march of the German army and the fight against the Soviet Union. And in the testimonials of the insurgents themselves, they mention a very courageous fight against the withdrawing Red Army, the search for the arms and disarmament of the Red Army. And such mood was further instigated by a number of reasons. First of all, some of the Lithuanians hoped, or they were basing their hopes from the experience of the First World War. So some of the Lithuanians believed that the new war was going to be somewhat similar, that Lithuania and Lithuanians along with it will survive until the end of the war. And after that, the Western allies once again recognized the independence of Lithuania, and the new order and the previous order was going to be put in place. And the secondly, such Lithuanian moods were also influenced by the first Soviet occupation. According to American historian Timothy Snyder, the first Soviet occupation of the region created favorable material, political, and psychological conditions for the Germans, which were exploited during the war. The war between the Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. The nationalization of property during the first years of Soviet occupation was encouraged some property owners and the local administrations that some of the former owners would not reclaim their property. The inclusion of national minorities in the Soviet administrative machinery had some psychological consequences, which in the eyes of the locals provoked the conviction that the first Soviet occupation and its consequences were the fault by the minorities, national minorities, namely the Jews, which yet again propped it and further strengthened the anti-communist propaganda with a very strong anti-Semitic character. And finally, the planned war between Germany and the Soviet Union forced the people's hope of restoring statehood to be associated with Nazi Germany. It can be said that all these three conditions, psychological, material, and politicals, are also seen both on the eve of the war as well as at the time of the Nazi occupation of Lithuania. So it can be said that the anticipation of war among Lithuanians was universal. And such a fact is given in the report of the US Embassy in Moscow during his visit to the Soviet-occupied Lithuania. And the US diplomat mentioned that Lithuania, occupied by the Soviets, is on the verge of explosion. This has also been mentioned by some of the Lithuanian intellectuals. For instance, historian Zenonas Ivinskis, when he was describing the moods felt among the Lithuanians, writes the following words in his diary, beginning of the quote. Most people wanted the Germans to come and to begin the formal massacre of the Jews. The rage against the Jews for their blatant failure to the Bolsheviks and for their international mindset, for showing no willingness to compromise, is indeed very great. And that was then quoted by the historian. And such public moods were also reflected in the program documents or in the pamphlets by the Lithuanian Activist Front on the 17th of November 1940. And the anti-Semitic nature of such documents has been extensively analyzed by many historians, by the already Saulius Sužiedėlis and a number of other Lithuanian and foreign historians. I'm not going to cover extensively on them in my presentation. I'm going to mention only one, which is most often used, and that is a pamphlet signed by Kazys Škirpa, calling to the Lithuanians. And one of the statements in this pamphlet is the following, that one of the goals of the uprising is to unite the Lithuanian nation and to cleanse the Lithuanian soil from degenerates and the Jews. According to Škirpa, in April 1941, and on the 12th of May, he handed over the copies of these pamphlets to the officers of Nazi Germany, German Army, and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So here again, in terms of Kazys Škirpa, we shall not forget these facts as well. And the similar sentiments had a wider scope and covered virtually all societal layers. Only a few excerpts from the correspondence of Lithuanian diplomats can be mentioned. If after 3 million of Lithuanians were locked in prisons, there will be some of the innocent Jews are going to suffer, there is not going to be any major earthquake and the world is not going to collapse. The Jews, after this experiment, have to be expelled from the Lithuanian life because they launched their fight against us instead of staying out of the administration in these times. And such moods became even more radical with the outbreak of the war and during the German occupation. For example, Alytus County Governor and the police chief Captain Aurimas, in his speech at the Congress of County Governors in 1941 on the 16th of July, broke down all the Lithuanian citizens into three groups. First group would be the first-class citizens, Germans and Lithuanians. The second group, Poles and Russians, and the Jews are the last among the nations. Today it is difficult to say how these moods changed with the changed nature of the massacres when the chaotic first massacres were replaced by mass and systemic massacres of Jews in the provincial towns or in major cities of Lithuania. It can be argued that the majority of society was passive and was focusing on its daily worries and deprivations or hardships. Some of them contributed directly or indirectly to the genocide, while others, especially in later times, saved the lives at risk. There's still others, such as Zenonas Blinas, Secretary General of the Lithuanian Nationalist Party, didn't condemn the fact of the ongoing massacre, but he was disgusted by the fact that Lithuanians were involved in that. The Germans were photographing and filming them, and that the victims were being transported not only from Lithuanian locations, but also from other German-occupied territories. There were also those who changed their views and adapted them several times, depending on who was in power and who was the one occupying the power. And one of such examples of changing ranks could be the editor of the aforementioned newspaper, New Lithuania, Naujoji Lietuva, Rapolas Mackonis, who was a very fierce nationalist in Polish-ruled Vilnius, then became a fierce critic of Smetona during the first Soviet occupation and a very fierce nationalist when the Germans entered the city. In his diary, he also makes reference to the ongoing massacres in the provincial towns, and their description could be considered as one of the most cynical, dehumanizing examples of the victims. Beginning of the quote, "Every day we receive news about settling of accounts with the Jews. If it was done only in one or other little town, we could call it some sort of an impudence or hooliganism. But when the accounts are being settled with all the Jews in the entire of Lithuania by way of cleansing our soul from them, then there is a historical necessity. The time has come to do the disinfection without ever giving a second thought of what is to become of it." In conclusion, we might say that the war which broke out 80 years ago and the German occupation in Lithuania has changed the landscape of the country and the societal structure. Practically, the entire Jewish community was killed. There were no little shops with Yiddish language names in little towns and settlements. And many remote and forest areas have become silent witnesses of mass killings. Since I promised to present the testimonials of the contemporaries of the beginning of the war and the June Uprising, allow me to finish my presentation with one interesting testimonial that was written in Vilnius ghetto by one of the managers of EVO, Zelig Kalmanovičius, which can be as a lesson for the future generations as well as a reminder for us, the contemporaries. Allow me to quote Zenonas Kalmanovičius, who summarizes the experiences during the Nazi occupation. Beginning of the quote, "It cannot be said that the dead died a bad death, even though they went like sheep to the slaughterhouse. The living people of Israel will honor their memory forever. Their death will be reminiscent of the sin of the wicked. Their death will redeem the transgressions of their generation. And all the people of the earth will know how the children of God's people were killed without guilt. They will be remembered all over the world. Their memory will be a sign to the nations of the future. And if ever again a tyrannical spirit begins to rule the souls of men again, They will remember the fierce oppressor of the nation of Israel and find the strength to destroy that evil spirit before it spreads.
Dėkui už dėmesį.
Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū pranešėjui už tokį pranešimą, taip, na.
Thank you. The presentation sounded like something we have known before, but still it brings up memories. And this interpretation of this uprisal of the Uprising of 1941 is not really such an unequivocal phenomenon. So if there is anybody willing to comment or ask a question, if no, our next speaker is Arūnas Bubnys. Is one of the most famous researchers of Holocaust history. Nikžentaitis really intrigued us, mentioning about your new publication, which is going to be a bomb here, and we would like you to drop that bomb here without keeping us waiting for it. Thank you. Dear participants of the conference and guests, I will start by saying that at the beginning of the war, the German army occupied Lithuanian territory during the first week of the war until June the 28th. This beginning caused unprecedented chaos and killing sprees. But nevertheless, we can distinguish 5 interrelated but independent historical phenomenon. First of all, that's the war between German and Russian army. Appraisal of Lithuanians against the occupation army with a view to restoring the independent state. Third is the communist terror, that is assassinations in Vernichtungskrieg, Rainey, and other places. Fourth is the arrest and killings of Lithuanian Jewish communities, Nazist terror. And fifth is the evacuation and withdrawal of Lithuanians into the Soviet Union. About 20,000 people managed to escape. Among those 5 major areas, this uprisal of 1941 is the most intriguing. Some historians and researchers often bring those two events together without distinguishing any difference between the events. Yes, the uprisal and the beginning of Holocaust were launched in the first week of the war. Symbolically, the beginning of the uprisal could be the announcement on the Lithuanian radio about the beginning of restoration of Lithuanian independent state. Symbolic beginning of Holocaust can be in Gargždai, massacre of our Jewish in Gargždai on the 24th of June. This anti-Soviet uprisal among Lithuanians actually were completed in the 28th of June, when Lithuanians and Germans pushed out the Russian army from Lithuania. But the Holocaust lasted for the entire period of war, when Šiauliai and Kaunas ghettos were liquidated and their prisoners deported to Stuttgart, Dachau, and other places. The main purpose of the uprisal was the restoration of the independent state and destruction, and this independent state was never restored, because when Germans occupied Lithuania, they did not recognize Lithuanian government or the state. They treated Lithuania as an occupied territory of the former Soviet Union, whose population had to be either exterminated, like Jews and the Roma, or brought to Germany and Germanized, because according to Germans, about 1/3 were qualified for Germanization. Lithuania had to be Germanized and annexed to the Third Reich as the new land of the Great Germany. Similarly, it was done with Prussia and other areas. The purpose of Holocaust was the complete extermination of European Jews, and actually this objective was achieved, as about 95% of Jews in Lithuania were killed by efforts of Germans and local collaborators. What is the link between the uprisal and the massacre? Lithuanian uprisal participants, who called themselves partisans, did they participate in the massacre of Jews, or did the Jews suffer because of their political reasons as supporters of Soviet power? Or maybe they became victims of criminal crimes. The answer to those questions will allow us to understand the events of the time, find the historical clues, and not to bring together the uprisal and the massacre. Some historians specifically noted the role of Lithuanian uprisal participants in the Jewish massacre. They claimed that Lithuanians were, at their own initiative, were killing Germans and controlled the situation in Lithuania. Levinas claims there are 40 instances when Lithuanians participated in the pogroms of Jews. They refer to the memories of survivors. But these figures have to be specified. As we know, Wehrmacht occupied Lithuania during the first week of war and introduced the military governance that lasted until July of 1941, when it was replaced by a civil administration. During the first week of the war, the German special troops and SD initiated the killings of Soviet representatives. At the very beginning of the war, the Lithuanian temporary government and the police and administration and Soviet troops were not really the owners of their own country or governors of their own country. They had to follow the orders from Germans. The basis of material that is available in Lithuanian archives, I cannot confirm the fact that many that any Lithuanians would be killing Jews even before the arrival of the Germans. And even in some densely Jewish populated areas, this had not happened. Besides, we have to assess the situation in the view of light of that area. In many cases, Lithuanians would shoot at withdrawing, retreating the Soviet army. Among those Soviet withdrawing army troops, there were also Jews. Those withdrawing troops and Soviet activists were performing very severe massacre episodes against Lithuanian residents. We know the episodes in Reinai. This provoked different revenge actions that could definitely end up in the death of innocent people. Very often in Lithuanian and foreign researchers associate that uprising with other historical events. It's like beginning of the Soviet-German war or the beginning of a Holocaust. This treatment of uprising should be related to the question: does an occupied state have a right to stand against the occupants? If the answer is yes, so definitely this uprising should be assessed as a positive relation. So would be. So that could be said against the uprisings in Poland or in Germany. When the Soviets withdrew from Lithuania, this June uprising simply expired because there was nothing to fight against, because they imagined that Germany is their alliance. They will help to push push the Soviets from Lithuania. So that was the official position. And of course, at that time, they had no idea, couldn't know what the Third Reich was planning. And the uprising participants definitely had no idea. And if we speak about this time, we can see very, very different views. Any assessment should be very precise. What happened during that uprising, and what the uprising participants did to the Jews, and what happened after that uprising ended, which means that we have to look at the situation, what was happening in the area before the arrival of Germans. Were Lithuanians performing any mass arrest or massacre of Jews in Lithuanian villages or towns before the Germans arrived? Was that this actions against Jews or any political enemies of different nationalities? Based on my knowledge, I cannot point to any specific facts, let's say in Zarasai or Kupiškis or Rokiškis, that uprising participants would participate in any mass massacres of Jews. Because those motivations for their actions were rather political rather than racial or national or based on nationality. Definitely, there were some episodes of shooting at people withdrawing to the depths of Russia, and among them there could have been not only Lithuanians, Russians, but also Jews and people of other nationalities. When the Germans arrived, the situation changed. That was the beginning of Nazi occupation, which was based on German administration, which was replaced in August by civil government. In August, such members of the Uprising were formed into some disciplinary police troops. They also served in Lithuanian police battalions, also the public and safety police. Those who stayed after the uprising in police structures or joined the newly police, they cannot be considered as uprising participants. They were subordinate to German orders and had to follow those orders. One of such factors, one of the factors that was part of the Third Reich policy against Jews was inclusion, engagement of local policy troops. And part of such policemen were committing crimes against Lithuanian Jews. They arrested Jews and pushed the Jews to the camps, and later on escorted them to the mass massacre places. How many of those people there were in Lithuania, we don't know exactly. This still needs to be researched. But according to the data, we know that there are estimated about several thousand policemen. But again, it's necessary to distinguish between the ranks and terms. There were numerous uprising participants within different police structures, but how many and in what roles, it is impossible to establish today, because those lists have not survived, and there could be only several lists in several regions. One example was that in Zarasai region, in Salakai, little Salakai town, had a troop of 145 members. And members of that troop were used for massacring the Jews. At the time this unit were participating in the massacre of Jews, about 10 of them were actively participating in killing. Stelmužės unit had 22 members, actively participated 4. In Kyviškis, there were 10 members, 7 of them participated actively in the killing of Jews. So we have only very isolated data from different areas and regions of isolated data from different regions of Lithuania. To sum up, we can say that this relevance of the uprising should be looked at through the activities and performance of individual members of that uprising. Some of them joined the German army, political and military structures, and they participated in massacre of Jews. Today we don't have such specific numbers. we can't even approximately say how many of Lithuanians residents became participants of the Holocaust. We don't know exactly the number of the participants of the uprising. There are different data available. Some authors, like Brandišauskas, is saying that there were 400 units on uprising, and about 650 of them died. Some authors, foreign authors, speak about 100,000 uprising participants and 4,000 died. To complete, to sum up, I would say that if these issues are important for Lithuanian society, a special group of scientists and researchers have to be appointed to look into the matter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Allow me to leave the questions until for later. Whenever we speak about one of the key and the fundamental issues that we're covering today, and that is, what was the level of involvement of the Lithuanian public into the Holocaust? Or to say bluntly, how many the killers there were and who were these people? And we as the state, and as a professional democracy and as a professional community of historians, we do not have the answer to this question. And we do not have a targeted research in this area. And towards the end of your presentation, as he mentioned, it is indeed a very negative and quite a symptomatic thing that we've been talking about it for the past 20 years, but somehow we have not found a resolute answer to the question. We do not agree on the terminology. What shall be regarded as a participant in the Holocaust? How can we define them as opposed to collaborators, etc.? So in the presentation we heard that indeed to put an equation mark between the Holocaust and the uprising, it is would be a wrong thing to do. And I think that some of you might also think quite the opposite, that we cannot distinguish these two, or we cannot separate from each other. They are interlinked. So here again, we see that there are some interlinks from a historical point of view, and sometimes they are fragmenting, and they are rather difficult to decipher so many years from the actual events. And we can neither put an equation mark, nor can we separate them from each other as completely unconnected events, because some of the participants of those uprising were involved in the Holocaust. This is truth. So this is still a matter of further discussion, but now allow me to invite historian Dainius Noreika, who wrote his doctoral thesis about the partisan war. And even though it is not directly linked to this topics of equation between the Holocaust and the uprising, but I believe that his doctoral thesis already sets certain guidelines allowing us to uncover the uprising or the post-war partisans and their involvement in the Holocaust. So what does a historian do? Dainius Noreika took 1,000 biographies of all the available biographies of the partisans. He did all the dirty work, as we would say it, and he identified how many of these partisan fighters had been tainted, if we may call it so, with some involvement in the Holocaust. And this is the material that we as historians have always to deal with before we are trying to neutralize to the maximum level all those radical and demagogic narratives. Indeed, I feel deeply privileged to invite Dainius Noreika to be the last speaker in this first panel. And the topic of his speech is, what do we still not know about the June Uprising of 1941?
The
year 1941, the 23rd of June, the radical Lithuanians fired their first shots into the backs of the Soviet soldiers. And after the Soviets retreated, then they redirected their rifles into the civils and perpetrated the Jewish pogroms and glorified the Nazi. And another statement, the uprising Lithuanian nation in June 1941 liberated the occupied homeland from the Soviets and declared to the whole of the world about the willingness to fight for their freedom. And the honorable freedom fight was destroyed by the willful Nazi. By these two completely opposing statements about the uprising, I haven't said anything new. These are just rough sketches of two conflicting paradigms. The modern-day historians know what are the reasons for having these two completely opposing narratives. And the new text by the historians of the 21st century, which are free from some sort of political engagement, they are more or less approaching towards the true reality of summer 1941. In order to understand the complexity of these events, it will never be analysis or discussions will never be enough. And therefore, I have as a goal of my presentation to make a thorough look into the problematic issues of the June Uprising by way of singling out and trying to answer the 5 paramount fundamental questions which have not yet been fully dealt with. Some of them reflect the conflicting paradigms, or some of them have not yet had a researcher dealing with them. So the first question, what was the June Uprising? Is it indeed that the image, the prevailing image in the contemporary historiography, truly reflects the fundamental episodes of this time? The second question, when did this uprising happen? And in here, the end of the uprising, the end date is very necessary, and how to distinguish between the uprising and the beginning of the Nazi occupation. Question number 3, what are the issues faced by the researchers in defining the concept of an insurgent? Fourth question, what were the problems we are faced with in trying to answer the question, how many of these insurgents were there? And the fifth question, what is the place of the uprising in the overall context of the public development, occupation, and resistance? In the Lithuanian historiography, in which I believe the key papers and works are by Valentinas Brandišauskas, Arūnas Bubnys, Sigitas Jegelevičius, and the monograph, The Uprising of the Lithuanian Nation, all these works of all these historians have a very broad concept of the June Uprising. This concept encompasses the genesis of the underground movements in autumn 1940, the operations of the Lithuanian Provisional Government, as well as anti-Semitic slogans and operations during the uprising. What is the essence of the text about the uprising? These are the usual military clashes with the Soviet army squads. And the research are mainly focusing on the clashes which were most numerous. And the fights against the occupational army and the success are usually used as the key, the central narrative. And such reasons for depicting the uprising are quite understandable. After the Lithuanian restoration of independence, it was a way of finding a counterbalance between the propaganda of the Soviets, who tried to tarnish the participants of the uprising, as well as in an attempt to compensate the capitulation of the Lithuanian political and military powers. And indeed, the partisans against the Soviet rule were most actively involved in Kaunas, and some smaller clashes took place in Vilnius, Panevėžys, Šiauliai, and in the northern eastern part of Lithuania. And the decisions of the partisans to fight against Soviets, whenever it was possible to be a passive observer and waiting for the Germans to come, in a way of using it as a window of opportunity to reinstitute the independence of Lithuania. From a military capabilities point of view, the partisans were not an equal fighting partner for the organized Soviet military squads. And most of the time, the actions by the partisans would result in the taking over or seizure of the control of most important facilities in the security or forming the local governments. Later, the major function would be search for the hiding Soviet troops. And so most of the time, such operations were taking place in the rear of the German Wehrmacht. I would even dare say that the essential feature of the uprising was the operations of actions by the paramilitary formations of the Lithuanian populations, which filled the vacuum of power and local governance. At that time, they usually were called not as insurgents, but as riflemen, partisans, or security squads. And this is illustrated by the following list of partisans or the squad of riflemen from Semeliškės Streva village. Such squads, before fighting or after them, would take over the control of little towns or villages for a week or even sometimes longer, and would form those in power. They would decide who from among the local community perpetrated crimes in the Soviet rule, who had to be punished, who had to be showed mercy. And they were building the local municipality committees, police commissariats, and were the ones to define the new social and economic rules of life. And they were guaranteeing the implementation of the rules. And we only have very short fragments of such history. I decided to use this document not only in order to substantiate my previous statement, but in order to move over to the second question of my speech, and that is the time frame of the uprising. As it was mentioned, there are very clear dates, which is the 22nd, sometimes 23rd of June. The action started on the 22nd of June, while the official date of the beginning of the uprising is the 23rd of June. And the need of framing the uprising chronologically is very important. It is done so in order to localize the uprising in the background of other events. And the researchers of the uprising decided not to go too much deep into the considerations of the relationship between the Nazi occupation and with the uprising. And therefore, they decided to select a very convenient date for the end of the uprising. That is to say, the uprising is believed to have ended before the invasion of the Nazi. This doesn't mean, however, that in the process, in reality, the process of uprising would not transgress the boundaries, or that the uprising was isolated from other sporadic events. We can assert these statements from the fragments on the dynamics of the Streva squad. We see that on the 23rd of June, when the territory was not yet invaded by the Germans, the squad included only 7 members. By the end of the uprising, by the 28th of June, the squad was supplemented by additional 5 members. From the 29th of June until the 10th of July, there were additional 14 members joining. So, in a nutshell, even after the formal end of the uprising, the number of squad members has more than doubled. And this source, as well as other sources from other locations of Lithuania, makes us ask a question: whether indeed the operations by June uprising partisans were concluded before the Nazi invasion. Is it really so that the uprising ended on the 28th of June? And this date is considered as the end of the June uprising because the Kaunas commander Jurgis Bobelis, on the basis of the instructions from the German military order, decided to disarm and to the partisans' squads. We shall not believe that immediately after invasion by the Wehrmacht, suddenly everything has changed in Lithuania, and some remaining squads of the Soviet army would still be wandering in Lithuania until the end of July. For instance, even though Germans invaded Kaunas region on the 24th or 26th of June, 1 month later, on the 24th of July, Kaunas commander received a notification that from all over Kaunas region, we received news about looting and killings of local Lithuanians who are being perpetrated by armed squads, local communists and Russian soldiers. This example illustrates that the formal German occupation indeed didn't change the date of the uprising, and it was much more unethical or much more spontaneous than it may look like. And due to the need of armed self-defense, such squads was even getting more numerous, even though according to the official definition they should have been disbanded. And therefore, from the point of view of the composition, the functions, and the self-perception, these squads believe to have happened in a very consistent way, even though we tend to divide the uprising before, we tend to attribute the end of the uprising before the invasion of the Germans. As I mentioned, Kaunas commander issued an order to disarm for the partisans. A couple of days later, these disarmed partisans again filed the application to the Kaunas commander on the 30th of June, which is 2 days after the official end of the uprising, asked the commander the following: please issue as many rifles as possible to Kruonis riflemen and partisans, because in Kruonis region there are still some local communists who are terrorizing locals. And therefore, on the 22nd of July, roughly 1 month later, the commander had to state the fact that up until this moment, not all the partisans have stopped their arbitrary operations, and they still are performing their armed operations. By giving these quotes, I'm not trying to prove that the end of the June uprising shall be regarded as someday at the end of July or August. I'm doing so in order to draw your attention to the fact of the complexity of the events, and that we shall not be framed into the contemporary understanding of the duration of the uprising. And the society, of course, is willing to get very straightforward answers. But unfortunately, the answers can have some nuances. Even though we may believe that the end of the uprising was on the 28th of June, this is not going to change the fact that there were still some processes and operations by the partisans taking place later in the summer. And the functions of the partisan squads, namely the restoration of the self-governance of Lithuanians, the security of such self-governance, and the fight against the remaining members of the Red Army and activists, was soon to overlap with collaboration and in participation in Nazi-led crimes. And just as mentioned by Dr. Bubnis, by looking into biographies of individual partisan members, involvement in Nazi-perpetrated crimes can also be seen. The similar problems could be seen also what could we call as being a partisan of the June the uprising. In order to define this concept, we may look into the definition given by Saulius Sužiedėlis, and that was given in June 1942 by Kaunas resistant squad members, that to be called himself as a partisan could be a person who has become a partisan before the invasion of the Germans, who has not acted against the interest of the Lithuanian nation, and thirdly, who has not tainted himself with looting the property of others. But the problem here is that these criteria were defined at the time of implementing the administrative, legal and social regulatory objectives, and they are not directly applicable to the reconstruction of the historical truth. In order to reconstruct uprising as a historical phenomenon, we shall claim that all the people who were fighting against the Soviets were partisans, regardless of their one-off or many more crimes. We have numerous facts about the former Soviet collaborators who later joined into the Lithuanian Nation Security Union, or the joining of the Komsomol members into the partisans. For instance, in the Suviekas squad in Zarasai, there were at least 4 former Komsomol members. And Jurgis Pučinskas, the head of the squad, was later reproached by other members of his squad for involving the Red partisans into his squad. And therefore, the essence of the definition of the partisan of a June uprising could be seen as an anti-Soviet criteria, regardless of the fact whether this person collaborated with Soviets or with the Nazi, committed or not committed crimes against the civilians. As I mentioned, a very mechanical division of the processes of the uprising into before and after the German invasion raises serious problems with the reflection of history. Indeed, the timing when a specific person joined the squad, such data is almost non-existent. We could hardly find a similar list as this one showed on the screen. We can only talk about individual events rather than a general picture. And due to a very unclear definition of who was the member of this uprising, we can only guess how many of these people were the insurgents. And the most professional research of this area was made by Valentinas Brandišauskas, who estimated roughly from 16 to 20,000 of people involved as partisans. And these figures shall be regarded very cautiously, because some of the sources used by the author reflect the composition not of the last week of June, but the last days of July or August. It is not clear how many of these people opposed the Soviet rule, how many of them decided to help and to clean the forest from the Russian army, how many of them helped to arrest the activists, and how many of them joined the August operations during the massive killings of Jews. We have to be very careful in applying the methods when an average taken from a number of regions is extrapolated as a truth figure to other regions on which we have no data. And therefore, the scale of such paramilitary squads in summer 1941 in eastern and western Lithuania are very different. In the west, there were no Soviet partisans who would be recruiting the locals into the security squads. The situation in individual regions of Lithuania could only be given by detailed micro-historical research. But even they could not give us a bird's-eye view of the uprising. It is difficult to give you precise figures or the final figures, the final answers. So now and in the future, we will be able to talk about individual phenomenon of the uprising, and by way of making very careful assumptions and by very carefully extrapolating them to the whole of Lithuania. In individual cases, allow me to focus on my last question of the speech, namely, what is the role played by the uprising in the overall context of the development, occupation and resistance of Lithuanian society? In my research, I am always talking about the relationship of the uprising with the First Republic of Lithuania, which could be seen from the composition of the partisans. I'm also willing to say that an important way of choosing armed resistance was the first paramilitary cultural phenomenon, which was promoted during the First Republic. It was born during the independence war of 1918-1920, and later during the servicing in the army or membership in the Riflemen's Union has become elements of the social and cultural identity of the interwar Lithuania. And the tradition of the War of Independence, supported by paramilitary movements, formulated the further choice of the modus operandi, including the June Uprising. This is illustrated by the percentage of members of the Šiauliai Riflemen Union in the June Uprising, and sometimes this number fluctuates from 1 until even 2/3 of them. So the situation in different regions of Lithuania is really versatile. In terms of the relationship between the uprising and the later developments, I might say that the uprising was not only the result of the interwar paramilitary culture, but also a phenomenon which formed it and further deepened it. The uprising consolidated the potential of local communities to offer anti-Soviet resistance and turned it into real actions in June 1941. The uprising set the stage for other various forms of paramilitary forms of operation in 1941-1944, such as the security squads, auxiliary police, and self-defense battalions, because there were a number of people who took to the arms during the uprising. And in this way, it was them as the first step into other paramilitary organizations late in their lives. The uprising provided some military action experience to future post-war partisans. And last but not least, the uprising put these partisans under the fear of reprisals by the Soviets at the end of 1944. In terms of the relationship between the partisan war, allow me to share some example how many members of the security forces were in the partisan squads from 1944 until 1953. And again, this percentage could range from 8% or from 3% up to 53%. So indeed, as you see, we have unique situation and unique circumstances developing in one or other region. And those people who, during the Nazi occupation, who belonged to paramilitary squads, they were involved in the partisan activities. They would form the nuclei of the partisan squads, and some of them were also members of June Uprising. Unfortunately, we may not clearly say which was the clear proportion of them, and to speak in a greater detail, I'm going to leave it as the topic for the follow-up conference, and that completes my speech for today. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Honorable Noreika, and we are completing our first morning session, which was both useful and productive because it has already highlighted some conceptual and interpretational tensions even among the speakers, and indeed it has uncovered and unveiled the core question of today's conference, namely that whether indeed the fact that some members of June Uprising were actively involved in the Holocaust directly and after the formal end of this uprising, from a historical point of view, whether this fact allows us to disconnect this uprising from the Holocaust altogether, as sometimes is being as attempts are being made in Lithuania. And what shall we do with what Professor Bubnys mentioned? What shall we do with this, with these members of uprising and participants of the Holocaust? What does it mean? And once again, it makes us realize that we still are at the beginning of the major pathway that we as the society, without some major conceptual and ideological things, and as a professional community of historians, we're still at the ground zero. And we heard it from Professor Bubnys and Professor Noreika. Both mentioned that there is still very scarce data that we have, and there are no systemic concentrated data. So to complete the session, I am going to state the fact that there were some guidelines for the future, and allow me to announce the lunch break, which is should be as long as 45 minutes, and the conference is going to reconvene at 3:30 the Lithuanian time.